Yeah, 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 yeah. Shake it, but keep pointing out all the lies. Putting the scripture right in your eye. The Bible guy, he reads Hebrew and Greek and shows you that your book's not unique. The Bible guy, he turns through the pages until every Christian rages. The Bible guy, watch one time and you're hooked. Now let's watch why the Christians get cooked. The Bible guy.
Alrighty then, everyone. Howdy, folks. This is the Bible Guy coming at you live from Northeast Texas. Guys, I have got a story for you. So, yesterday was the worst that my internet has ever been. Hopefully today it's a lot better. Like yesterday. So, just a little heads up. On the side, besides doing these lives, I also do edits for Justin over at the Deconstruction channel. And yesterday, I was editing a video and trying to upload it to his channel. And literally, after 6 hours of uploading, it had only been uploaded 5%. 5%. I went to go check my speed. And according to my speed test, I was only running at 4 megabits per second upload speed. Wild. I tried going live last night at 1:30 in the morning, and it was an absolute train wreck of a live. No one could hear me, no one could see me. It was wild. Luckily, I after all day of trying to get things working, I decided to just unplug the router, let it sit for 5 minutes in timeout. And then when I brought it back online, everything was fine. So now I know if I ever have some shit like that happen again, what to do. I am my own IT guy at this point. Someone said, "Hey, Justin, huge fan." Name's not. Nope, I'm not Justin. I'm not Justin. Different deconstruction fella here. But hey, everyone, make sure you are tapping the screen, sharing the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends and with your enemies. Oh, hey, actually, okay, I see why they said, "Hey, Justin." Now, here we go. Deconstruction Zone with the $9.99. Y'all, we gotta support our guy so he can get better internet. Absolutely. Guys, listen, I live out in the ass end of nowhere. Getting internet here is so difficult. I am 38% of the way on my what my goal is for saving up money before I move out. 38% of the way there. So guys, if y'all can send some super chats in, or donate to the Bible Guy at my other Cash App or my PayPal, it would be much appreciated. I hate asking for money. I hate it too so much. I don't want to come off as one of those dickhead preachers asking for your tithes or anything like that. But in order to do this show, I have to have good internet. And where I live, it's just not a possibility. But anyways, make sure you're tapping the screen, share the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends and with your enemies. Let's get the word out there so we can have some interesting conversation with some Christians today. Tap that screen like Jonathan wanted to tap King David. Aslan suggested that, anyone who pays $500 could get a chance to see me on my OnlyFans. We're not quite there yet. We're not quite that desperate yet. But we'll see where things go. Nail it like a Roman. Also a huge fan of you though. Hey, Abby, I'm a huge fan of you too. Thank you so much. I watched you get wrecked last week. Wow. I mean, listen, Storm of Christ. I know you probably are like, making up some sort of scenario in your head so that your side can win. It's kind of like, when you talk to someone, you go and they go, oh yeah, I absolutely dog walked this atheist. And, they're obviously making up a story. Yeah, I get it. But no, you didn't see me get wrecked last week. Absolutely not. The only way you could watch me get wrecked last week is if you watch me get bent over by some. You know what? Never mind. I was going to say something, but listen, what I do in my spare time is none of y'all's business, I suppose. Oh man, I'm sure you guys are going to get rid of the Bible this generation. People have been trying forever. Not trying to get rid of the Bible. The Bible is a historical work, and not that it's historically based, but that it's a work of history. Like, it's been produced throughout time, and I wouldn't get rid of it. It tells us a lot about what the ancient Israelites and our ancestors used to believe. I'm not going to get rid of the Bible any more than I would get rid of like Shakespeare. It's just that it's not true. Say that to the atheists burning the Bible. I'm sure there are tons of atheists burning the Bible. And we know, guys, that Christians have never burned literature. That's never happened. Never. But also, I own tons of Bibles and I don't burn them. I use them. Let's bring up our first guest for the night. Hello there, guest. I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. I'm going to ask you 4 preliminary questions, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes of the conversations. History Hound, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2, are you a Bible believer?
I believe some of the Bible.
Okay. Question number 3, how much of the Bible have you read?
I've read the Old Testament 1 time and the New Testament probably 4 times.
All right. And then final question, what pronouns do you prefer to go by?
He, him.
All right. History Hound, he, him. I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. I think the Bible is bullshit. Do you agree or disagree?
I think some of it is, I think the revelation is progressive. Hold on. I'm sorry. I think we start out, God's walking around the garden. Where are they? And then Isaiah can't even look at him because he's too holy. And that's when we get to the real truth of it. He is that infinite God that, and then Jesus comes and says, this is who God is. God wants us, we're all brothers and sisters and we should act like it. And then it's just, so I think that, yeah, it gets better and better as you go through the Bible.
You said Isaiah couldn't see God? No, Isaiah does.
I don't agree with a lot of what Paul said, but some of what Paul was true and false.
You said Isaiah couldn't see God. Isaiah did see God.
Yeah, but he couldn't hardly stand it. He's like, holy, holy, holy. I'm unworthy, and get away from me because I'm too unworthy. Like he was getting the real picture.
I mean, that seems to be pretty succinct with what we would expect ancient writings talking about visions of deities would be like. Yahweh's not special in this account. I don't think Isaiah really saw God. If anything, he probably just had a hallucination of some kind. That's if this is really true or anything like that. But anyways, I don't believe the Bible is true. Why should I?
You shouldn't. You should believe. I mean, you should say, well, this guy, History Hound, believes some of the Bible, and he says some of it's true or false. What you do is going to be on you, bud. I don't. I can tell you other. I like your Urantia book. I'll tell your chat while I'm here. And I'm hoping.
I don't. We don't talk about the Urantia book here. The Bible is bullshit on its own. The Urantia book is like 100 million times more percent bullshit. Now, the central claim of the New Testament is that Jesus was the Messiah, but that's obviously bullshit because he didn't fulfill prophecy.
Can you demonstrate the claim that every word in the Urantia book is incorrect?
It's a modern day hoax, which is why we don't even. This is a show about the Bible, dude.
Can you demonstrate that every word of it is incorrect? Like
this is a show about the Bible.
So you're unable to demonstrate the claim that the.
We don't talk about the Urantia book on this live because it's irrelevant. We don't talk about modern day works of fiction. we talk about the Bible. You can either stick to the topic and talk about the Bible, but we're not here to talk about your ranch book, the ranch book. So, anyways, so why should I believe that the Bible is true?
I think you should, when it comes to the Bible, what you should do is remain an atheist because you don't want to do God's will. So just pretend like God doesn't exist and go to hell.
You mean like kill babies? Oh, okay. He wanted to really push his ranch book. Good. By the way, in the Old Testament there is no hell. Oh yeah, he's a runner. He's a track star. He ran away, guys. He ran away. But no. I think the Bible's bullshit. You think I'm going to take the ranch book any more seriously? Okay, come on. That was such a sad display.
At Calapitalism with the $5. Holy shiz, you had a great hairline. Go see a black barber and show that motherfucker off.
Well, maybe I don't get. I'm just out of the loop on this, but I got a great hairline. Thanks, I guess. I've got really, really thick hair. Like barbers have trouble cutting my hair. It's so thick. But hey, thanks for telling me I have a great hairline. Much appreciated. Collapsitalism. Wardell says Sheol. Yeah, Sheol is in the Hebrew Bible, although it's depending on which author of the Bible, of the Hebrew Bible we're talking about. Sheol either refers to just the physical grave that you are laid in, like a pit, or it could refer to like a gloomy afterlife sort of figure. History Hound, why did you run away? Why did you run away? Is it because you couldn't defend the Bible? Have you never heard of Ranch Book? Learn something new every day. Is he still in the comments? He is still in the comments. Yeah, runner for Christ. I guess the caller couldn't defend his belief. I mean, yeah. He, as soon as I brought up the fact that Jesus did fulfill prophecy, he ran. You know, host, you are going to have a gloomy this life because misleading children into atheism. First and foremost, we don't have any children on this app. All adults. Secondly, there is no afterlife, as far as I can tell. I've never been given any good reason to believe there's an afterlife, and you didn't help me even come closer to believing in the afterlife. Correct, Queen Laquifa. We don't talk to children on this app. Absolutely. History Hound, you just came up here to talk, and then you ran. You know, quite sad. Quite sad. I just want to say thank you for sharing your knowledge. Hey, you. I'm glad I could share my knowledge. I enjoy it very much.
And at HLT with the $10. I hope we will get plenty of Hebrew and even some Greek during the slide.
You can bet on it. It'll happen. It'll happen eventually, I'm sure. Host would cower in my presence. Dude, you're not an anime villain. Chill the fuck out. How much of Justin's live did you see yesterday? Only a fraction of the live. I came on to tell Justin about my my horrible internet problems I was having yesterday. Luckily we've gotten that situation a little bit fixed temporarily. All right. We got Mickey Peckdill. Mickey, I'm going to ask you 4 preliminary questions and then we can move on to the conversation. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
Yeah, I turned 18 a couple weeks ago, January 8th, 2008. I
Let's
swear,
see.
bro.
Let me see your face.
My face? I don't want to dox myself, man.
Listen, you sound like a fetus. I'm not even going to chance it. Yeah, that this is a 14-year-old. Yeetus the fetus, 100%. Man, I don't know why all these kids want to come up and talk. I don't want to talk to you. If you're younger than 18, I probably don't want to talk to you in real life, let alone on TikTok.
Herbie shined with the 2-pound. Poor little history pup. Pooped all over itself. Oh.
Yeah. History pup. Yeah, he pooped all over himself and then he had to run away. Absolutely. Oh man, that's good. All right. Let's see. Oh, here's a guest I know I can talk to. Hello there.
Hi.
Howdy, partner. Howdy, Ashland. I know I got a comment on the last video saying you need to announce your guests when they come on, like friendly guests. Hey, Ashland, good to see you.
Hi. Yeah. I'm Ashland, everyone. How are you?
You see, we just had a fetus come up here for a second.
I did not see the fetus. No.
Oh, you must have just got here.
Oh, hi, Liz. Hi, Dr. Jim as well.
Yeah, Dr. Jim says, yay, Ashland is here. I didn't see you say, yay, the Bible guy's here.
No one's excited for that, Dalton. Come on. I'm kidding.
Hey.
They're here for you, Dalton. They are here for you. Why else would they be on your stream? Come on.
Oh man. Well, Bible man. So we meet again. This is Shadow Slays. I know that's exactly what I had a guest come up at Ashland. He talks like he's an anime villain and thinks that he wanted to talk about the Urantia book. And as soon as I started pressing him on why the Bible's bullshit, he just absolutely like a coward just ran away. History Hound, you're still in the comment section too. It's wild that you ran away and now you want to talk to my all the people in the comment section.
Oh yeah, Urantia is a crazy cult. Crazy cult.
Yeah. Someone decided that they were going to have like a hallucination and see like a bunch of spirit beings talk to them, and then they wrote a book about it. Or maybe they were just lying. But again, as soon as I wouldn't let him talk about the Urantia book because this is the Bible guy show, no, he decided to dip out.
It's an actual cult, Dalton.
Oh, I know.
Oh, okay.
Holy Hunker says, at History Hound, why are you so pissy in the chat when you could have talked to Dalton? That valid point, History Hound. Valid point. Why are you so pissy in the comment section when you could have came up and talked to me about why I should believe in the Bible? It's because at the end of the day, History Hound, you don't actually believe in the Bible, do you? You believe in your Urantia book, and you selectively believe parts of the Bible, probably. But as soon as I pressed you on Jesus not being the Messiah, you ran away. I don't know. If you can't handle the heat, don't come into the kitchen, bud. No More Bullshit says, no, History Hound, up is a nightmare. Can I send you a video I saw on YouTube talking about Isaiah 53? Absolutely, Brianna, you can send me that video. Just in my DMs, send me a link to the video and I'll check it out. Let's see. I thought Urantia was the Conan the Barbarian thing. Hey, I don't know, guys. Let's see. I'm only here because I was promised cake. Well, I could show you cake. I'd have to stand up and turn around though. But we got Preston here. Preston, welcome back to the live.
Hi.
What brings you up again, bud?
Yeah, I was just wondering if I could ask a question.
Absolutely.
Okay, so, what do you think about like I was thinking about this, but like, I don't know if I'd accept arguments about Yahweh that are contradictory or not like defined in the Bible. Like, I don't know. Does that make sense?
Oh,
Otherwise,
yeah,
you're not like describing Yahweh.
I do that all the time. I will have a classical theist who comes to the board. They say they want to talk about the Bible, but then they start describing things that don't describe God, like all knowing, for example. And I'll interject and say, well, God isn't all knowing. So how about we talk about the God of the Bible? And Phil bros hate that shit. They hate wanting to talk about the God of the Bible.
Yeah, for sure. Like I was talking to a friend the other day about that, and he's like trying to define Yahweh as like not omniscient, and there's like, or omniscient but like not all knowing about certain aspects, which is doesn't make sense. And then like saying sin is like a ripple in like space time or something, and that's like why things can deviate from God's plan. And yeah, no.
Wow, God's I guess God's not all powerful, you know. Not only he's not all powerful. If sin is able to ripple space and time and thus obscure his knowledge, I mean that's great. It's a great like if I was writing a fiction book about Yahweh, that'd be cool for the sci-fi stuff. But yeah, that's a wild take.
Yeah. Anyways, that was about it. Thanks.
Hey, you have a good day, Preston.
You too.
All right, we're gonna bring up Tom. Hopefully Tom will not engage in any tomfoolery. So Tom, I'm gonna ask you 4 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Wait,
Liz,
ask a question. I didn't get that.
one second. 1 second, bud. Liz in the comment section. Nah, you can let him run his mouth. It only like drives the algorithm and gets me more views. So History Hound is helping me. Anyways, Tom, question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Oh yes. Well, I'm above 18, brother. We can have a discussion.
Okay. Question number 2: are you a Bible believer?
Yes, I do believe in the Bible. Yes.
All right. Question number 3: how much of the Bible have you read?
Well, it depends, but because I can't say I've read the whole Bible, but what I can say is, well, I believe that I trust my knowledge in terms of Christianity, and yeah, I believe that I trust my knowledge and wisdom.
So
That is what you read.
about how much? Like 50% or less or more?
Well, I don't like to weigh myself into that because, like, it depends on which topic maybe we are going to discuss. Because, because I believe that the Bible is
No. Like 50,
like
have you read at least 50% of the Bible?
yes, 60% of the Bible. I can say that.
All right. And then final question: what pronouns do you prefer to go by?
Well, you can just we can just stick to he.
He? Okay. Tom, he, him. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. I think the Bible is bullshit. Change my mind.
Okay. First of all, I'm gonna try my best. Yeah. Well, first of all, I want us to try to focus on, like, what do you believe? Like, how do you believe that the world was created?
It wasn't created. It was formed naturally.
Okay, formed by what?
Gravity.
What do you mean it was formed by gravity? Because like gravity just like is a matter of physics of whereby things will be floating and sometimes they will not be floating.
When stars undergo nuclear fusion, the lighter elements in their innards like fuse together to form heavier elements. When those stars explode, those heavier elements spew out, and gravity pulls them together to form planets.
Where do this gravity?
Even if I believed in a creator, in a God, I would still think the Bible is bullshit.
Yeah. Well, listen, brother. I'm just trying to understand what do you believe in, because
Naturalism.
and the facts that you are believing in, because I want to understand more of what do you believe in, so I can also tell you that, well, I believe that, because what I want us to agree is that there is a possibility of a creator, because the fact
Well,
that there's a creation,
the creator,
the
the
fact
whole,
that there's a creation, there
the
has to
whole,
be a creator.
the whole creator creation thing is kind of irrelevant, because even if I believed in a God, and even if I believed in creation, I would still say this: the Bible is bullshit, because the Bible contains historical and scientific errors. It contains internal contradictions and failed prophecy, and Jesus wasn't the Messiah.
Well, so okay, fine. Let me ask you this. Are you an atheist, or what you are trying to say, or you are just trying to say, well, the God from the Bible is bullshit without having to say there's a God or what? Okay, according to you, is there a God or not? Let me
I'm an
ask you that.
atheist. I don't believe in a God, but even if I was a deist and believed in a God, nothing about this channel would change. I would still be up here saying that the Bible is bullshit.
Now, I don't know if you understand, because
I
I'm trying to
understand.
understand
Do you understand what I
what
just
you
said?
believe that created us. You cannot
What
just
what
say,
what
let
what
us,
I believe
because
what I
I'm not
believe
talking
about
about, I'm not talking about the Bible. Okay,
what
fine.
I believe, yeah, what I believe about creation is irrelevant. Because even if I believe that we were created by a God, I would still say the Bible is bullshit.
Well, that's the thing here. I'm not here to convince you that the Bible is what, but what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to
Wait,
convince you that there's a God. There's a God. And if there is a God, we can get to now break it down why the
Tom,
Bible can be
Tom,
convincing.
Tom, let's just pretend that I believe in a God. Okay? Let's pretend I believe in a God. Let's say I'm a deist. I believe that there's a God and they created the universe. The Bible is bullshit. Convince me the Bible is true.
Is that is the problem. I need to understand, why do you say that the Bible is bullshit? How can I
Yeah,
convince you that the Bible
I'll tell
is
you. I'll tell you
when I
again
do
why.
not know
I'll
why
tell you
you're against
again.
it?
I'll tell you again because I've already told you. I'll tell you again why I think the Bible is bullshit. The Bible is bullshit because it is scientifically and historically inaccurate. It contains contradictions, and Jesus did not fulfill any prophecy.
Okay, I would like us to, like, I would like you to say those things so I can note them one by one, so we can try to actually get to those things one by one.
Okay, Jesus wasn't the Messiah because he didn't fulfill any messianic prophecy.
Why do you say that?
Because he didn't. I've never been given a proper example of Jesus fulfilling prophecies from the Old Testament.
Okay.
Thank you for the corgi.
Well, I feel like you do not understand why Jesus had to come. Like, do you know why Jesus had to come?
I know
Because
what the
like
New
he came to save.
I know what the New Testament says about why Jesus had to come, but that's irrelevant to the thing that I just said to you before. I need you to address the thing that I said. I said Jesus cannot be the Messiah because he didn't fulfill prophecy. If Jesus wasn't the Messiah, then who cares what the New Testament says about why he had to come? Because he wasn't the Messiah.
Hey, Tom, if the
Okay, yeah, I
response
get. Well,
to Tom, the response to convincing Dalton of this is show him a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled. That's how you like
as
engage in this dialogue meaningfully. Just FYI.
okay, fine. Isaiah 7 verse 14.
14. All right, let's go. I'm going to open up Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. And then we're going to see what it actually says. Let's take a look. Open up Bible Gateway browser. All right, I'm going to open up Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. It says, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall call him Emmanuel." How is this about Jesus? Tom? You're muted, Tom.
Yeah, I was saying, I don't know if that Bible is the same one which I have here, because like mine does
Because yours
not say
says
that.
virgin. Yours says virgin, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I was
Tom,
Isaiah
Tom, do you
7
want?
verse
Do you?
14.
Yeah. Do you want to know why my Bible says the young woman is with child, while yours says the virgin shall conceive?
Yes, why?
Because in the original Hebrew, it doesn't say a virgin shall conceive. It says the young woman is with child. The Hebrew is ha'alma hara. The young woman is with child. It gets mistranslated as a virgin shall conceive in order to make it look like this is about Jesus's virgin birth, but it's not.
Okay, who okay, fine. According to that Bible, who is the Emmanuel according to that Bible?
It's Isaiah's son. Isaiah had 3 kids. Their names were Shear Jashub, Mahar Shalal Hashbaz, and Emmanuel.
Well, I feel like now, if we are reading different versions, I feel like
Well, your
then
version.
that comes the problem. Like,
Well, your version's
because
wrong, Tom.
because
Here, I'll show you why. I'll show you why your Bible's wrong, Tom. Okay. Well, I'm going to show you
Yeah.
where the word virgin actually occurs in the Hebrew Bible. Okay, so that you can see what the word is for yourself. Oops. How do I? 1 second. Let me get this fixed. There we go. Oops, that's not better. 1 second. I gotta get this thing over here. All right, that's better. All right. So you see Joel 1:8 says, lament like a virgin. Lament like a virgin.
yeah.
The Hebrew word for virgin is right here. It's highlighted. It's the Hebrew word betula. Betula. Betula means virgin. It's spelled Bet, Tav, Vav, Lamed, He. Now, when we go to Isaiah chapter 7, in the original Hebrew, so not a translation, the original Hebrew, the word highlighted isn't virgin. It's ha'alma. And ha'alma means the young woman, not the virgin. So while your Bible might say virgin, that's an incorrect translation, which is why most critical editions of the Bible, more scholarly versions of the Bible, and all Jewish translations correctly have as the maiden or the young woman, not the virgin.
Well, I think in this case, well, I have to be honest, because I do not know the kind of Bible or the kind of book that you are reading right
The
there. You
original,
understand?
the
And
original
so,
Hebrew, the original Hebrew.
let me try to search it, or maybe I need to go and read it or something, because I'm gonna come with my own version. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, because at this point I feel like if we are going to have a discussion and then I'm gonna
So
quote a
you
verse,
think
you're gonna
we're just like lying to you?
now what I'm saying is if I come with my
It
own,
sounds like you think we're lying to you, which is like
Look at-
fair.
no,
I'm not saying to trust us and
I don't know
like
if you understand.
Here, Tom.
What I'm
I'm
saying is
Tom.
what I'm saying is
I'm trying to say that like, yeah, don't trust everything you hear. But if why do you trust the church and then not us? Like you've never
well,
looked this up on your own, but yet you're going to take the original people that told you that this was a virgin. You never questioned him, but then you come into here and we're like, hey, we have a translation that scholars actually consider the most academic. We're showing you the Hebrew and saying it doesn't say that. It doesn't say virgin. And now this is the time you're choosing to question it. I'm just throwing that out there as an observation. You never questioned this before.
Tom, I have on the screen the Brown Drivers Briggs lexicon. This is a serious academic lexicon for the Hebrew Bible. It shows you here the word Alma is a noun. It's feminine. And what does it tell us that it means?
Well, listen, I do understand what you're saying. That is why I'm saying then I might have to go and read the what you are reading so that I can come up with maybe accurate things and interpretations. Because right now I cannot believe in your.
So
I cannot believe in.
What-
listen,
what-
I cannot
what you're
believe
saying
in
to me-
Wait,
those
wha-
interpretations.
What
Why
you're
do you
saying to me?
believe-
believe in my interpretation.
Why do you believe the first thing that you heard though? Why not just like abstain from this whole thing? But you had already formed a belief that you clearly didn't look into in the first place. Like that's the problem here is all of a sudden now you've got to be an academic scholar on this. Right? Like that's strange to me. Now all of a sudden that it's questioning your dogma, you need to look into it, but you didn't decide to do this before.
Now, first of all, I can say this. You understand? Where I come from, we mostly speak English and my native language. You understand? And I haven't came to a sense of let me look up to Hebrew versions of every word and word so I can come here and say word to word that this
But what
means this and this. I don't know if
Ashland is asking, but what Ashland is asking you is, when someone told you that the verse said, "Behold, a virgin shall conceive," why didn't you come to this verse with the same amount of skepticism that you currently are holding when I told you it meant young woman?
That's a difficult. It's not a difficult question to answer, but
I think
I don't know
I
how
think
to put it.
I think maybe what you need to do, Tom, is that you need to work with equal weights and balances. If you're going to sit here and be skeptical about what the Hebrew of Alma means, then you're going to have to be skeptical about what your English Christian Bible says when it says virgin. It doesn't say virgin. It simply doesn't. Objectively, it doesn't say virgin. And it doesn't say that the young woman shall conceive, as in the future tense. It says the young woman is pregnant, as in whenever this young woman was pregnant, it was when Isaiah gave this prophecy. She was already pregnant. That's 700 years before Jesus was even born.
Okay. Let me look for something.
Translation, let me look for some apologetics.
Nah, no, I'm not seeing that, brother.
Well, it does seem like you're starting with the conclusion. You're starting with you think that God exists and then you have to work and push around for it to
Well-
make sense. Like that's what you're doing. That's what apologetics are.
No, well, when I came here, I came to read the Bible, of my version, and then you came with your own, which I do not know. So that means our debate is going to be
The
like,
original Hebrew?
Now listen.
Here,
let
think
me
about
speak.
think
Can you let me finish?
think about like this, Tom.
Can you let me finish?
Here, Tom,
Wait,
Tom,
can I
Tom,
finish?
Tom,
Can I
think about
finish?
think about it like this. Every single Jewish translation of the book of Isaiah unequivocally says the young woman or the maiden. When it comes to Christian Bibles, while a majority of them say virgin, there are many Christian Bibles that say the young woman. So if every single Jewish translation says the young woman, and there are even some Christian translations that say the young woman, isn't that a bit suspicious?
It is. Yes, I can see that. It is, I can see that. But what also I can say is that, I feel like we're not going to have a good debate if at all I'm going to, let's say I'm going to quote a verse and then you are going to open the
The
Bible
Bible?
that you came. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like that
Wait,
book
wait,
that
wait,
you
wait.
were reading. I don't-
Yes,
because-
if you're
because
going to quote the
that
Bible
means
to
we are
me,
going to differ.
if you're
we
going
are
to
going
quote
to
the
differ
if you're
in terms
if you're going to
of
quote the
reading.
Bible if you're going to quote the Bible at me to prove your position, Tom, then I'm going to fact check you. I'm not going to just let you get away with making claims. That's not how this works. If you make the claim that Jesus fulfilled Isaiah 7:14, and then I go back and I read the original version of Isaiah 7:14, the closest to what the original book of Isaiah actually said, and it doesn't say what you said, that doesn't inspire confidence in me that what you're saying is correct.
Well, I'm settling this to say, well, I'm gonna let this one slide. I'm gonna let this one slide. I'm not going to try to convince you otherwise, because my point is that you have read for sure, you have read the Bible for sure. You have read my version. That's why you know all the answers, because you have read my version and I have not read your version of the book. You understand what I'm saying? You know all the versions.
The Hebrew, you do realize that this isn't like a new version. This is the version of which it gets translated to from other languages. This is the Hebrew. These are the oldest. These are from like the oldest manuscripts that we have regarding the text.
Yeah,
So,
when
like,
Isaiah wrote
this is like this is the ace of all texts. Like, this is the original language.
when the
It's not
prophet
like there's
Isaiah
like
when the prophet Isaiah wrote this verse down, or his secretary, his scribe, wrote this down, that's what he's saying. Ha'alma hara ve'yodedet ben ve'krat shemo Emmanuel. I'm not quoting some
Okay.
newfangled version of the Bible.
Okay. Let's check this one. Let's check this one. Micah 5 verse 2.
All right, Micah chapter 5 verse 2. All right, we're gonna take a look at what it says very carefully, bud. All right, I'm gonna read the verse first, and then we're gonna go through the verse. All right. Browser.
Yeah, and can you please put on the screen so I can also read what he said?
Yeah, I've got it on the screen for you. All right. But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are one of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from of old, from ancient days. All right. First question. It says that this individual is one who is to rule in Israel. When did Jesus of Nazareth rule in Israel?
The well, there's a difficult debate. I mean, because you are trying to look at it from a perspective, but this is a prophecy.
Yeah,
it's
a
pretty
prophecy-
easy from this
yeah.
end, to be
a-
fair.
Yeah, it's a prophecy about someone who is to rule in Israel. But Jesus didn't rule in Israel.
Fuck, I'm going. Y'all have a great night.
Okay.
Tom,
Yeah,
you've
yeah,
been
yeah.
cordial. We appreciate you. You've been a
Yeah.
nice enough dude. Thank you.
Y'all have a great night.
You as well.
That reminds
By the
me-
way,
I
it
got-
is really easy from this end to debate because we have facts on our side. Like, it is always easier to be on the end of the debate in which it is the truth.
Here, 1 second. I got
But that was funny.
Messiah
Oh, you're-
prophecy debate. Yeah, 100% clipping that video. That was funny as hell.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I feel bad. Tom seemed like a really nice
Yeah.
guy. Tom seemed really nice.
That was I love
I feel kind of bad, actually.
Yeah, that was fun as hell. I love that. Okay. I'm gonna read some super chats and then we'll bring up the next guest. KTM is king. All right.
At God's massager of meat with the $1.99. Ami likes on the live to show cake.
Oof, 1 million likes, and I'll show my bare ass on this live. No, I just say that because I know it will never happen.
All right, guys, start tapping. No, I'm kidding. No, I could just ask. He'd be like, okay, here. No, I'm kidding.
At Space Lord of 75 with the $4.99. Did you see the silly apologist hit piece that Dan McClellan responded to today? Dude has 1 million subs and no idea how. Embarrassing.
Which apologist was Dan responding to? That's interesting. I haven't seen it, but Space Lord, go on TikTok, find the video, and DM it to me so I can watch it. I would love to see that. Yeah, it always blows my mind that there are some Christian TikTokers on here who have like 1 million like subscribers and subs or whatever. I'm like, how? It doesn't make any sense.
At Rachel Lucero with the $4.99 for the fund. You're doing a great job.
Thank you so much, Rachel. We're going to put that towards the apartment fund 100%. Guys, I'm currently at 38% of the goal for the apartment. Hopefully before summer comes, I can move out, move into town, get some of that sweet fiber internet, and we'll be fucking rocking away.
At Zach Petronoff with the $2. The reason Jesus had to come. Puberty.
Yes, that is the literal reason behind why Jesus can come in the first place, is because he went through puberty. Good for Jesus. It's nice that God allowed him to live long enough so that he could elicit puberty.
Do you think he got acne?
Oh yeah, Jesus had acne 100% as a kid. I can imagine a nervous, awkward teen Jesus. Yeah.
You don't think he like miracled it to like I don't know. Maybe
since
he
miracles
like
aren't real.
the other kids he was like coming up with like miracles. He was like the original OG what was that? Accutane?
His bullies, 100%. He gave them the acne treatment. He zapped them, and then they got acne. How dare you speak so negatively of the Son of God? 100%. You think Jesus had wet dreams? 100%. 100%. We all do. All right,
Turned water into acne cream. Exactly.
Mom.
Big fat sushi roll.
Ima, leave me alone. I'm washing away my acne. Give me some more water. Zap. All right. Ima, by the way, everyone, is mommy in Hebrew. Ima. Abba is daddy. Ima is mommy. There you go. One last super chat, and then we'll move on to the next guest.
At Herbie Shine with the £2. Just read up on the Urantia book. I'm convinced.
Oh yeah. Herbie and I are gonna be cult sisters or brother and sister. You just called me sister. I don't know what gender. Sorry. We're gonna be cult siblings. We already agreed on this.
Dr. Ajem told me to check my Cash App. If you left a message on there, I'll read it out loud, Doctor. Let's take a look. 1 second. At the Bible Guy official. Low ass internet. Whoa. Well, you didn't leave me a message, but
Thank you, Dr. Jim, for the $50 W to Dr. Jim.
That's 100% going into the apartment fund. Thank you, Dr. Jim. Doug,
we really
bless
appreciate
you.
We really appreciate you on this channel, Dr. Jim. You are one of the OGs, and we appreciate all the people here, but our OGs too. Y'all have been here since the having 10 streamers in here days, and yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember the good old days. All right, KTM is king. I'm pretty sure you've been up here before, but just so I can get a reminder for the audience, you're at least 18 years old.
Yeah.
And you're a Bible believer?
No, I told you a fib, but I'm only going to take a couple minutes of your
They
time.
were the
I'm not gonna-
joke.
Oh,
The
right.
funny joke.
I just,
I remember.
so I wanted
He,
to
him,
tell
then,
you,
yeah.
as soon as I left your live, him, sorry. So after I left your live, I went to another live and I made fun of, like, that's a joke between us, obviously. but I literally had another Christian tell me that literally less than 5 minutes after making a joke of it on here. And I just thought it's just.
What was the joke? I forgot. What was that? I forgot.
I asked you if you looked at the trees.
Oh yeah. And then they went up and they literally told you to look at the trees. Yeah.
And I tried to.
It never fails.
I tried explaining why that was such a bad argument, but I don't, it's just, and then I had some family members tell me I need to look at, do I believe the air exists? So I apparently, there's a lot of mental handicapped in my family, apparently. I don't have good genes.
Well, listen, probably one of the worst arguments that's kind of like look at the trees or like kind of like you don't believe in air that I've ever heard is that I've heard people say, well, if you don't believe in God, then you can't love anyone because God is love. And if you don't have God, you don't have love.
Or saying that we don't have morals all of a sudden and we must be evil. Eat my ass.
I have horns and fire going in the background. And while it's not picking up very well.
Oh, I just now seen the fire.
All around.
Cool bean.
Yeah.
Cool beans.
Red lights all around.
Like I said, I didn't want to take up too much of your time because that's not the point of this channel. But I did want to say that was hilarious. I made a joke, and then 5 minutes later, someone said it to me with a serious fucking face.
Absolutely.
But we're the assholes.
Yeah. All right. Well, KTM, thank you for coming up, bud. Have a good day. Oh, all right. Let's take a look. And we got ourselves a YouTube guest. So I'm gonna bring them up real quick. All right, let's take a look. It's been a while since I've had to do this. See if I can remember how to do it correctly. Oh, okay, and this gotta move their face right over here. Hello, guest. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, Dalton, what's good, bro?
What's good, bro? What's your name?
Come on, man, you know me, man, Mr. Morpheus.
Mr. Morpheus. Oh, okay. Mr. Morpheus. Just so I can
I'm always hanging out with you and Justin over there.
Absolutely. I'm just gonna do the standard just because for So are you, Mr. Morpheus? Are you at least 18 years old?
I'm actually 62, so yeah.
And then, are you a Bible believer?
Yeah, I believe the Bible is weight on my desk. I put it as paperweight. But what I wanted to say, Dalton, real quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta make a clip of that dude that said, "Fuck, I'm out."
100%. That's gonna go on the YouTube Shorts later today.
Oh, that's
and on TikTok 100% later today. I'll end up clipping the whole conversation later, but that one bit is 100% being clipped later tonight.
Yeah. I'm not gonna stay long. I got a quick question, right, for you, real quick, right? I find it weird that Christians, right, don't talk about Peter, right? Well, because Peter is supposed to be the foundation and the rock that the church is built on. Yet his gospel, they exclude, right? They don't want to talk about Peter, but yet he's the guy that the church is built on, right? His gospel says, right, doesn't say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? It actually says, my power, why have you forsaken me? So why do you think they don't use Peter,
I also build my foundations on Peter's.
Huh?
Also, wait, could you hear Ashlyn just now?
No, actually, I only hear you talking.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was just making sure. She said, I also build my foundation on. What'd you say, Ash?
On Peter's.
On Peter's. Okay. Well, in the eyes of classical Orthodox Christianity, they don't see it that way because they think that the Gospel of Mark came from Mark recording the teachings of Peter. So they see the Gospel of Mark as being the true Gospel of Peter, and they see the other one as being not actually written by Peter. Of course, there isn't a lot of good evidence to suggest that the Gospel of Mark was written by John Mark and then recording the words of Peter. That's just a later tradition. But yeah, that's why they think that they still have the gospel according to Peter technically.
Yeah, but they actually found the gospel of Peter, correct?
Yeah. Although most scholars, regardless of whether or not you're Christian or not Christian, like even secular scholars, all agree that this was not written by Peter, and it was probably a 2nd or 3rd century work. So that's why everyone, Christian or not Christian, pretty much excludes it. Early Christians weren't even really using it as scripture, really. Very small fringe groups were.
Oh, I thought maybe it might have to do with the 100-foot cross walking around talking.
That's part of it. And for anyone who doesn't know, at the end of the gospel, at the resurrection scene, literally a giant cross comes out of Jesus' tomb and then starts preaching the gospel or some nonsense like that. So that's, I mean, yeah, as a result, a lot of Christians like rejected it in the early days as well.
Yeah, but they reject that, right? But they won't reject the Walking Dead, right? Of the saints coming out the graves, going through the town.
Apparently, giant 2x4 is where we draw the line.
All right, then, Dalton, I'll keep watching, bro.
All right, you have a good day, Morpheus.
All right, family. All right.
All right. That was nice. It seems like the only people who are willing to call in from YouTube are non-theists. Why is it that all the Christians on YouTube are too afraid to call in? I'll never understand. TikTok Christians are a lot more brave than you guys over on TikTok on YouTube.
They can't all be like Tom.
They can't all be like Tom. Tom is the best. All right. I'm gonna read some more super chats and hopefully we'll get some new guests in the box. Actually, first, I need to go get some water. I bit my tongue earlier today and it's just hurting to talk. So I need some water and some chapstick because Jesus Christ, my lips. Ashland, entertain the masses for me.
My lips too, Dalton. Oh God, I'm entertaining y'all. I'm not gonna dance. Anyways, yeah, I have chapstick right here. He had to come back to make sure. No, those days are over for Ashland. She made her money and left. Anyways, we can't see Ashland on TikTok. You can't see me? I'm a ghost. Sing us a song. Wop, wop, wop. No, okay. Don't sing the wop. Another brick in the wall.
I don't know, Ash, but my birthday is next month.
Can I juggle? Maybe. Shit. I cannot juggle. That I'm gonna have to pick that up later.
All right.
Kimberly can see me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
only 10% of my left side. I'm so confused. No more BS, please. Is that BS from No More BS, please?
Yeah.
Sing a psalm.
Oh wait, I don't know. All right.
Yeah, you sing. Dalton can sing a psalm. He's back now.
Oh yeah. What's the song for me to sing? I don't know. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. Anyways.
At Carlos Valdez with the 10 The Bible Guy gift memberships. W. Carlos Valdez.
Good to see you, bud.
And at Ryan Peck with the $10. Just dropping money for the apartment fund.
It's going right in there. Wait a minute. It's going right into the apartment fund. 100%. Unfortunate hand signal.
And at Brian Peck again with the $5. If Jesus played baseball, he'd hit a home run every
What's AB? I'm assuming every.
I know it as abortion, but that doesn't make any sense.
every AB, and if Babe Ruth were the Messiah, we'd have beer and hot dogs for communion.
Oh yeah, that's a bet. That's a
Hold on.
at bat.
At bat, yeah. I literally just came to me when I was like a home run every at bat, and okay. You know what? My
that shows you
brother.
got-
Hold up. Yeah, I know the cheer for it. GOODEYE. Good, because my brother played baseball. No idea on this the song, but yeah.
Well, I guess I just outed myself as someone who doesn't know very much about sports. But yeah, he'd hit every home run every at bat. Absolutely.
That wasn't a secret.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm look at me. I'm obviously not a sports fella, 100%. But hey,
that wasn't a fat joke. It's just a conversationally told.
Oh no, it wasn't. Anyway, I was making a fat joke of myself, not saying you were. But at History Hound, who ran away earlier, has returned. Hopefully, they don't run away this time. History Hound, are you finally back to actually give me a reason to believe in the Bible?
Well, no, I want to talk science and God. I want to get to what's real.
Well,
we talk about partially true.
We talk about
the Bible is an approximation of what's true when it comes to God, and it's a progressive revelation.
Here, I'll just mute you. History Hound. The point of this live, maybe you might have me confused with other atheist creators.
Okay, fine. That's fine. I want to talk about God. You don't want me to prove God? I'll start my own
Is this
live,
no degree required 2.0?
You don't have to talk.
This must
is that all?
I'll just assume that God is real and that he created the universe. Why should I give a shit about what the Bible says?
Can you disprove Proverbs 1 verse 8? Let's see what it says. I pulled. I think Psalms 1:1 was it. Disprove Psalms 1:1. Is that true or false?
You want me to Psalm 1:1? You want which one do you want me to go to? Proverbs 1 or 8
you
or Psalm 1:1?
Claim that the Bible's all false, right? You're saying everything in the Bible's false. Is that your
No.
Okay, so then so I'm right. The Bible's partially true.
The Bible makes the claim, for example, that the Israelites were carried into captivity by the Babylonians. That really happened. But it also says Jesus was the Messiah,
so
which
the
is
Bible's
the
not bullshit then.
Well, I'm sorry.
The Bible's
I'm sorry. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? Anyways, but the central claim of the New Testament is that Jesus was the Messiah, and that's bullshit. He wasn't the Messiah. Can you respond to that?
I don't. So the Bible's not bullshit. It's partially bullshit, is what you're saying.
No, when I say the Bible is bull, like for example, I'm just gonna.
It's partially.
If you're
partially true,
are you gonna act like a child the whole time?
Partially true, idiot.
Are you gonna act like a child? True. Are you gonna act like a child?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll put you in time. I'll mute you like a child. Here, I'll put you in timeout. Because if you can't act like an adult. Yeah, go ahead.
Therapy is becoming lower and lower cost. I recommend it for you specifically.
Yeah. The JB83636 says guest is bullshit. This is true. And now if you comment in the comment section history pup, I will mute you because you're in timeout right now. And that guy is emotional 100%. When I say that the Bible is bullshit, everyone with half a brain in the comment section knows that I mean that, for example, Jesus wasn't the Messiah, for example, or that he didn't raise from the dead. Oh, there you go, History Hound, and mute. You're in timeout. There we go. All right, hopefully Zoe will act like an adult. So Zoe, I'm going to ask you 4 preliminary questions, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2, are you a Bible believer?
Yes.
Question number 3, how much of the Bible have you read?
I went through it all once, and then now I just kind of go back and forth and read whatever I feel. But I have read all of it at least once.
All right, and then final question, what pronouns do you prefer to go by?
She, her, please.
All right, Zoe, she, her. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. I think the Bible is bullshit. Changed my mind.
Okay, let's start with why do you think the Bible is bull?
Because Jesus didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies, even though the Bible claims he was the Messiah. It's got scientific and historical errors, internal contradictions. Those would be
It's
a few examples.
immoral, especially to women. I don't understand how women believe this book from a personal account.
No, and that's understandable. So I'll just go kind of in order of what you said. First, he didn't fill any messianic prophecies. Isaiah 53 is probably one of the most, I would say, iconic prophecies, where it goes line down for line what would happen in the future, and then later we see in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John that line for line that is exactly what happened.
Isaiah 53 is not messianic. It's not about the Messiah.
But it's about Jesus, and I believe that Jesus Christ was the Messiah.
Well, it's not about Jesus.
Where does-
It's not even about a singular individual. It's about a group of people. It's about the. It's
Where
about
does
the,
where does it actually start? So does it start in 52 or 53? That segment.
It's chapter 53.
Well, actually, it actually starts in Isaiah 52. So Isaiah 52 verse 13 is the beginning of the suffering servant passage. And when we take a look at the beginning of the suffering servant passage, it says in verse 13, "See, my servant shall prosper. He shall be highly exalted and lifted up, and shall be very high." So it mentions God's servant. So the question is, do you think that this is the first time in this section of Isaiah that the servant is mentioned?
Oh, probably not. And I think he's referring to Jesus when he says servant. I was referring specifically to 53, 5-9.
Well, 53 is about the servant. The whole so while you think of the Bible as being in like chapters and stuff like that, it wasn't written in chapters. It was written as a continuous text. And this segment of the text about a servant who suffers begins here in Isaiah 52 verse 13. It's the suffering servant psalm. So you are correct. This is not the first time the servant has been mentioned in the book of Isaiah. There are actually a number of references to the servant. And do you think it would be good for us to go back and read what it says about the servant in order to have a fuller and better understanding of who the servant is?
Yeah, of course. Where do you want to go?
Yeah, we're going to start in Isaiah chapter 41. In Isaiah. Our first reference, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Isaiah 41 verse, a little bit faster, come on. 8 through 9, verses 8 through 9. Let's start with that. Read it for us out loud.
"But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you whom I took from the ends of the earth and called from its farthest corners, saying to you, you are my, not cast you off."
So who is the servant in this passage?
Israel, specifically.
All right. Now we're going to go to Isaiah chapter 44. We're going to like work our way up to Isaiah 53. So Isaiah chapter 44 verses 1 through 2. Read it for us.
"But hear, Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb and will help you. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant." That word I cannot say. I'm going to be real honest. Whom I have chosen.
Fair. I can't pronounce anything in the Bible either.
Now verse 21.
I really
of the
did
same...
just skip over some of them names.
Oh, you're good. Jeshurun. Now, verse 21 of the same chapter.
I think it's on the other page, sorry. "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant. O Israel, you will not be forgotten by me."
Okay, now chapter 45, verse 4.
"For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name."
And Isaiah 48, verse 20.
48, you said?
Yeah, 48, verse 20.
Okay, cool. "Go out from Babylon, flee from," I can't pronounce it. "Declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it out to the end of the earth. Say the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob."
All right, and then one last verse, Isaiah 49, verse 3.
"And he said to me, you are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified."
All right, so far what we see is that in Isaiah 41, Isaiah 44 twice, Isaiah 45, Isaiah 48, and Isaiah 49, over and over again, who is the servant identified as?
Jacob and Israel.
So when I get to Isaiah 53, the author of this section of the book of Isaiah is going to assume, because there is no such thing as verses and chapters when this Bible book was written, that I've read all this up until this point. So when I get to Isaiah 52 verse 13, and it says, "See, my servant shall prosper," who should I think the servant is?
Oh, 100% Israel and Jacob. I totally get where you're getting that from.
Yeah. See, my servant Israel shall prosper; he shall be exalted and lifted up. So the question is, why is if it's Israel, why is Israel called a he? And that's not a problem either, because throughout the Old Testament, the nation of Israel as a whole, collectively, are spoken of as being a he. For example, Hosea 11 verse 1, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. Exodus 4:22 refers to Israel as a he and a him and the son. Now, also, what's important to know is that when we talk about prophecy, if you want to say, let's talk about tenses. If you want to talk about something in the future, what kind of tense would you use?
Like will, or like will something.
Will or shall,
right,
or
like
something like that.
I get, yeah.
Yeah. Now, when we read about the suffering of the servant, let's take a look, for example, at Isaiah chapter 53, verse 3. Let's see what kind of tenses are being used to describe the suffering of the servant.
Right, it ends in ed. I totally get that, yeah.
Yeah, which would lead me to believe what? If we're going by the literary and cultural context of the book of Isaiah, what would be the rational way of reading Isaiah 53 within context?
Oh, that it already happened.
Yeah, and that it's the suffering of Israel that happened in the past, and that soon Israel will be exalted before the eyes of the nations. As a result, I don't have any good reason to think this is about Jesus, even if it seems to parallel things that happened to Jesus in its original context. The author of this section of Isaiah is intending to tell us Israel has suffered as a nation, and God is about to exalt them before the eyes of the nations.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Do you have any more points, or can I go with mine?
You can go to your point.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure I wasn't going to talk over you. From my religious and my perspective, when I see Israel, I've always believed that Israel is one giant parallel to Jesus. So when I see God, the word talking about Israel, my brain clicks, oh, this is going to be a parallel to Jesus. They're going to be linear. So while it could be talking about Israel, I also think that there is this metaphorical, this is actually about Jesus. Jesus and Israel are very commonly compared throughout the entire Bible. And when we transition into what you said about the verbs and stuff, I'm not a literary expert, so what you could be saying is true. I've always kind of adopted it as oh, I'm just reading this and I haven't really paid attention to the verbs, so I can't offer much commentary there. But I believe that when it's talking about Israel, I believe that it's metaphorical and this is about Jesus.
Well, in Isaiah 53 verse 8, in the original Hebrew at least, it refers to the servant who's suffering as a they in the plural.
53:8.
53 verse 8. In your Bible translation, it'll probably say something like, for the transgressions of my people, he was afflicted, or something like that. Does it say, it'll say he?
Mine say oppression and judgment.
Yeah, but
W accidental ally.
Oh yeah. They, them. Yeah, excellent. But yeah, when we look at the original Hebrew of Isaiah 53 verse 8, let's see, Isaiah 53, I'll bring up verse 8. The last four words right here highlighted on the screen for you is the Hebrew word mipesha ami nega lamo. Mipesha ami nega lamo. So mipesha means because, not for, but because of the transgression. And then ami, of my people. Nega, which means to suffer or to be afflicted. And then lamo. And lamo means they or them or their. It's a plural word. And even in your Bible, in other instances, it gets translated correctly as they and them. For example, could you turn to me to Psalm chapter 99, verse 7?
I'm sorry, you probably hear my pages ruffling like a grandma.
Oh, you're fine.
What was it?
Isaiah 90. So Psalm 99, verse 7.
99.
I got 99 problems, but the Psalm ain't one.
Yep.
Uh,
All right, I'm there.
okay, and how does it end?
And the statute that he gave them.
Yeah, the statute that he gave them, and if you see here in the Hebrew on the screen, v'choch natan, and see the last word it uses there.
We can't, Dalton.
Oh, here, let me move it. Sorry, let me move move this screen. All right, there we go. You see here highlighted the last three words, v'choch natan lamo, and you see here the last word used here.
Mm-hmm.
It's the word lamo, and that's the word that gets translated correctly even in your Bible as them. Another example of this would be Psalm chapter 2, verse 4. Sorry, not chapter 4, chapter 2, verse 4. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh, the Lord shall have them in derision. And the word for them there in the Hebrew, again, is the word lamo. So lamo, even in your Bible, is often being correctly translated as they and them. So when we go to Isaiah 53, verse 8, it says, Mi pesha ami negad lamo, because of the transgressions of my people. It shouldn't be he was oppressed, but rather they were oppressed. The servant here is not one person, it's a multiplicity of people.
Mm-hmm. So in mine, because I was really interested by this passage, when I first became a believer, so I actually went down line for line. And so I'll just read 7 and 8, and I'll kind of take it as what I had always had it as. And verse 7 and 8 says, he was oppressed and afflicted, yet he not opened his mouth, like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and a sheep before which shears is silent. So he opened not his mouth. By oppression and judgment he was taken away, and for his generation who considered, and then he was cut from the land of the living. Okay, so then line for line, I literally have tiny little writing next to it. The first line is, he was oppressed and he was afflicted. So that's obviously referring to before Jesus is crucified when he's beaten. The second line is, yet he not...
Wait. Well, I can also do the same thing with Israel. Or it's obviously referring to the people of Israel, the righteous remnant of Israel, when they were taken captive by the Babylonians and they were beaten and oppressed and then taken into captivity.
That could be the history, but this is also the prophecy.
Well, it's not prophecy, though. It's past tense.
But
he was oppressed.
Prophecies are about the future.
See, I think the main problem here, Zoe, is that you're reading the Old Testament with Jesus goggles on, and that's a big problem. This cannot be paralleling Jesus if Jesus wasn't Messiah, and if this isn't clearly meant to, in its original context, be a prophecy about the future King of Israel, then it's not applicable to be about Jesus. This is only a good argument if Jesus is the Messiah. And in order to demonstrate Jesus is Messiah, you have to show that he clearly fulfilled an actual prophecy, a prediction of the future about the future King of Israel.
Not only this, there's something really bad about the way that you see the parallels between, that would make Jesus a sinner, because you don't get to cherry pick when the suffering servant or Jacob or Israel or Jesus. You can't just oh, I like this about it and pick it out. We have to have reasons for why we would do that. And so if you apply that, I have to apply that consistently, and Jesus would then be a sinner.
Okay, yeah, I understand. So then your point is if there's no proof that Jesus actually rose, then there's no prophecy to fulfill.
I mean, that's part of it. If Jesus didn't resurrect from the dead, he's not the Messiah. But if he didn't, there are parts where it says about that the servant is a sinner, and that God has to forgive the servant. Is Jesus a sinner, and was he forgiven?
Right. No, I understand what you're saying, because Jesus is blameless, and I really think the Bible is super long, right? And yeah. I think and I know that people are going to roll their eyes when I say this. I really do think it comes a lot down to like the context, because it was written over different periods of time. So just because
I agree, context is important, but when we look at the context, it doesn't lead us to believe Jesus was the Messiah.
right, but when she said the word, like, you just can't pull the word servant. Obviously, the word servant is going to be used a bunch of times, and it's not always going to refer to Jesus.
Yeah, but you have to give me a reason why this specific verse is about Jesus besides a much later text that is dogmatic to your belief. You actually have to give me or us a reason to think that this specific verse is about Jesus, because otherwise all the evidence says that it's just Israel.
Right, and that's where I guess this is kind of my personal belief. I never believed in coincidences, and it was almost for me like foreshadowing in a movie, because I read the New Testament first and I was like, okay, yeah, this is the story. And then you go back and you read the Old Testament, and it's exactly like when you're watching a movie and you're like, oh my gosh, I've seen this before. And you go down and you read it and you're like, this is exactly what happens later.
So I also don't believe in coincidences, but at the same time, was Jesus the only Jewish man in the first century who was crucified?
Of course not.
So this would be fulfilled in every crucifixion victim. It's not really all that specific. If it can be applied to anyone, then it applies to nobody.
Exactly, and what made Jesus so special is he rose.
Well, we don't have any good evidence to suggest that Jesus rose from the dead.
There is a couple things. There's like the masses.
And that makes a lot of people special in ancient history.
Oh,
that
yeah.
makes him special. It makes a lot of figures in ancient history.
Lots of people
But
rose from the
didn't
dead,
Nero-
allegedly.
Yeah, Nero was one.
So why should we think Jesus rose from the dead?
Because there's a lot of evidence pointing to it. And before you just, yeah. So one of the big ones that I've always thought was so interesting was there were 260 people who experienced, after the crucifixion, they claimed that they saw Jesus, and they were all miles and miles and miles apart, somewhere in different countries. I believe it was
Name
260.
Name them.
Huh?
What were the
I
names?
don't have the exact names.
So I'll tell you what you're actually referring to, Zoe. What you're actually referring to is a passage in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 8 that says that Jesus appeared to 500 all at once. But here's the problem. We don't have any of their names. We don't have any of their testimony. We don't know when Jesus appeared to them, how he appeared to them, where he appeared to them. We don't even know that what they all saw was the same thing, as all we have is Paul saying that Jesus appeared to 500 people all at once. It's not very strong evidence in favor of a resurrection. Just one guy claiming that 500 people saw Jesus.
The Greek isn't even clear on what type. Like, was it a vision? Were they physically there? What is it? Opthemos? No, opthe. Yeah, opthe could mean many different things, and Paul never says that he met Jesus in the flesh, and he uses similar language on that description. So we can't even determine that.
Right, but I feel like to a certain extent, none of us were there, even for modern history. So how can we ever prove anything besides with what we have written down?
Well, it's not.
Well, they need to be reliable. First
Yeah.
off, reliable.
Right, and the Bible is reliable, and it's been proven that the Bible was reliable.
When was Jesus born?
The Bible can't even agree on that. For example, here, let me show you prime example of what Ashlyn is reference to why the Bible isn't reliable. All right, how familiar are you with the nativity stories of Jesus?
Yeah, of course.
All right,
The wise
and
men
what
weren't there.
Yeah, what was the name of the king that Jesus was born under?
Herod.
All right, when did Herod rule as king of Judea?
I'm not sure. If you could give me dates, that would actually be really great.
Yeah, Herod the Great ruled as the king of Judea from 40 BCE to 4 BCE. He died in 4 BCE. Then his kingdom was divided amongst his three sons, Herod Archelaus, whom the Gospel of Matthew mentions, Herod Philip, and Herod Antipas. Now, Could you open up the Gospel of Luke for me, chapter 2?
Yep.
Could you read the first 2 verses for us?
In those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration when something was the governor of Syria.
Yeah, Quirinius. Do you know when Quirinius became the governor of Syria?
No.
Quirinius became the governor of Syria and did his first census over the people of Judea 10 years after Herod was already dead. This would be like, the Gospel of Matthew would be like someone saying the Bible guy was born under Bill Clinton in 1996. And the Gospel of Luke would be like someone saying the Bible guy was born in 2006 under George W. Bush. Jesus cannot be born under the reign of King Herod the Great and during the census of Quirinius.
And if that wasn't a big enough issue, we don't know who the authors of these texts are. So it's not like Josephus, where he cites his sources, tells us where he gets things. We know who Josephus is. Like, that's the difference. You ask us what the difference is. Josephus was a historian. The Gospels are unknown authored accounts that can't get their story straight.
Right, and I swear I'm not asking this question as like a gotcha. I'm just being ignorant, and I actually want to know. How do we know, like, when these people were, like, born and died? Where do we learn that?
Oh yeah, from what Ashlyn just pointed out, the writings of the historian Flavius Josephus. He was a first century Jewish historian who wrote about the Herods and about the subsequent census under Quirinius. Like the only reason that the census under Quirinius ever even took place was because of Herod's death. So when Herod died, like I said, his kingdom was divided amongst his 3 sons. Now, the person who got the region of Judea was Archelaus, which, is mentioned in the Gospel of Matthew. Remember, it says in the Gospel of Matthew that Joseph doesn't want to return to Bethlehem because he heard that Archelaus was ruling in the place of his father Herod. Well, Archelaus ruled as the king or ethnarch of Judea from the death of his father in 4 BCE until 6 CE. He was so bad at his job, according to Flavius Josephus. He was so bad at his job that the Romans had to deport him, fire him, and exile him to Vienna. And as a result, the region of Judea was annexed. It became a province of the Roman Empire. And when a region becomes a province of the Roman Empire, you have to tax the people so you know who lives where and what do they do. And that's why the governor of Syria, Quirinius, who was made governor of Syria that same year, was given the job of doing the census over the people of Judea that year. So it's impossible for Jesus to be born during the reign of King Herod the Great, but also 10 years later when Quirinius is doing the census.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to take it all in and understand.
I can draw a timeline if you would like. Here.
Can you just can you condense it into like 3 sentences? Like, how do I know like when these people like lived and died?
Yeah, you want me to like give you a reference where you can go read it?
Yeah, that would be great actually.
Yeah, I have Josephus's works, but I don't remember where exactly. Give me a second. Ugh.
So I have a
and
physical
again, like,
copy.
I'm not asking this as a
Yeah.
I'm not asking like as a gotcha. How do we know his work is accurate?
No, you're good. He cites where he gets his information from. And I'll pull up. I always forget where this is.
Yeah, when
Give
we
me a
want to take a look
second.
at the difference between actual historians and like works of myth, here are some things we want to look for. Real historians, they'll like, for example, they'll tell us where they're getting their information from. For example, Josephus will say, for example, that he knew Nicholas of Damascus, who was the court historian of Herod the Great, which is why he knows so much about the Herods. Sometimes there will be conflicting stories, and Josephus will sort of weigh the evidence and talk about like his methodology for how he chose which one was actually what actually happened, as opposed to the myth of the thing. When we read the Gospels, first and foremost, they never identify themselves as the authors. They never tell us who they are. They never tell us where they're getting their sources. and they just speak about things matter of factly without any sort of skepticism whatsoever, which doesn't read like first century biographies or histories. It reads like, for example, the works of Plutarch, when Plutarch writes about the life of Isis and Osiris, the Egyptian gods. It's a very similar type of like writing. It's mythology. Jesus existed, but the stories about him, the Gospels, are myths about Jesus. Specifically, where you want to read Josephus on this is his book, The Antiquities of the Jews. I believe it's book. Oh, actually, I turned to right to it. Isn't that crazy? Antiquities of the Jews. Book, I believe it's 17 and chapters. Chapters
6 through 8.
6 through 8, yeah. And then the book 18, chapter 1, is about the how Quirinius was sent by Caesar to make a taxation of Syria and Judea, and how Coponius was sent to be procurator of Judea concerning Judas of Galilee and concerning the sects that were among the Jews. Like, this is a proper first century history book, and it goes into a lot of detail. But he tells us when these things took place.
Yeah, 6 is concerning the disease that Herod fell into and the sedition which the Jews raised to these upon, and I think it's 188 that actually says when he died as well. So yeah, this is what we're getting, or this is where we're getting our information from. I hope that makes sense. And you don't sound disingenuous at all, by the way. I appreciate your like concern for trying to like be honest and
Yeah, of course. And obviously, like, I don't know everything. This is just my opinion. I'm still like a baby Christian. So honestly, it's cool to see like where you guys are coming from and like all of this stuff kind of like comparing.
But yeah, as I can see that I don't have, because I've never been presented with an authentic prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, I've never been given a good reason to think he resurrected from the dead, and we have all of these historical problems in the Bible. It leads me to believe that this book isn't reliable for getting my information about who Jesus was and what he did.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally see where you're coming from, and this is like really interesting to think about and stuff.
Yeah, it's always concerning to me that when people get into Christianity, and I'm sure virtually everyone who has been a Christian at one point has never heard of these things, because it's not something that they mention. When they talk about the Gospels, they seem to piece it apart, and I don't know, they never tell you anything about like the problems of the story. They only seem to want to tell you the resurrection, the saving, the one portion of the nativity scene. They don't even mention that the entire nativity aspect has so many contradictions in it. That sounds to me not like an entity that wants for me to know the truth. It sounds like an entity to me that just wants to tell you what you either want to hear or what they want you to know.
Right, of course, yeah.
Like when we talk about other problems with the nativity story of Jesus, let's test your knowledge on the gospel here. So Matthew's gospel, Jesus' family, they're living in Bethlehem. They have a house because when the Magi get to them, they're in a house. They're in a house in Bethlehem.
Uh-huh.
Then they have to run away, and they run away to Egypt, right?
Yes.
And then from there, it says that they settled, and that's a very important word, that they settled in Nazareth because they didn't want to return to Judea because of Archelaus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the Gospel of Matthew, they're originally from Bethlehem. They go to Egypt and then they return to Israel, but they don't go back home to Bethlehem. Instead, they settle in the city of Nazareth. Now, when we read the Gospel of Luke, it tells us that they're originally from Nazareth, not that they settled there, that's where they're from. It says that they go to Bethlehem for the census, which, by the way, that doesn't make any sense because Quirinius' census was only for the region of Judea. It didn't apply to anyone living in Galilee, which is where Nazareth was from. but they travel from Galilee to Judea for a census. And they stay there. Jesus is born. And then they go to Jerusalem to have Jesus circumcised according to the law of Moses. And from there, it says that they went from Jerusalem back home to Nazareth. No Egypt, no Herod, none of that's mentioned.
It's weird to me too, because both of them, though, seemingly really badly want Jesus placed in Bethlehem. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because they're reading a prophecy incorrectly.
Sorry, I'm absorbing and now I'm making bread too. I really am all over the place. I'm just listening at this point. This is interesting.
You're good. You're good. I like to bake myself, so it's always I always listen to TikTok and streams and stuff while I cook. But yeah, it feels more like they're making up things to try and correct different errors that occurred, but they do seemingly get one thing. That they want Jesus born in Bethlehem, even though like the prophecy doesn't actually say that. That's Isaiah 9, right?
Micah 5.
Micah 5, yeah. Oh yeah, his coming forth is from Bethlehem. I was,
Okay, and this is like what I think, and you guys can obviously please tell me because this is just what I believe. I want some error in anything because I want to know that if four people are telling me a story, I want there to be some differences because if it's all exactly the same, like then I'm starting to think, oh, like this obviously has to be planned. Like everybody's going to narrate a story differently in my mind. And to me, what stands out to me is that there is a linear straight, he does end up in Bethlehem, and that's just my thinking, and obviously you're probably gonna say something, but that's okay.
It's not the problem is it's not a few differences. The nativity stories are 100% completely different from each other. The only thing that they have in common is that Jesus is born in Bethlehem, but in one story he's not from Bethlehem originally. He only travels there for the census, and the other one he's from Bethlehem. They take place in completely different decades, under different rulers, whole entire different travel plan altogether. The two stories give us completely different genealogies for Jesus that don't even correlate to one another.
Genealogies?
Matthew chapter 1 verses 1 through 16 gives us a genealogy for Jesus, and Luke chapter 3
that's
verses
the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and Luke chapter 3 starting from verse 23 gives us another genealogy. Matthew's genealogy tells us that Jesus is a descendant of David through Solomon, while Luke's tells us that he's a descendant of David through Nathan. And then it tells us that, in one genealogy tells us that Joseph's father was Jacob, and in the other one it says that his father's name was Heli. And both of these genealogies are completely irrelevant anyways, because Jesus wasn't the son of Joseph according to Christian mythology. Therefore, Jesus can't be a descendant of David through Joseph.
And we're not saying Jesus wasn't a real person. Like we can even say Jesus was a real person, but this certainly doesn't get us to supernatural claims. And we could say even something might have happened, but we can't say for certain that these are the stories that happened because they don't agree. Like, which one do you pick? Did Jesus go to Egypt? Did Jesus not go to Egypt? You know, which line, which by the way, both of those lines are problematic for Jesus being the Messiah. Very problematic. So like none of this gets us to the supernatural claim, which is Jesus rose to the dead. So you want us to believe that a man was the Son of God and that the Romans unalived him, and then he got up and walked away and ascended into heaven from a book that can't get its story straight about something simple as where he went after his birth.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah, it seems like a lack of evidence for such a high veracity claim. Like it would be one thing if I like told you that like hey, I have a dog in my backyard. But then if I said, hey, I have a dog in my backyard, it got hit by a bus, and then 2 days later came back to life, you're probably gonna believe the first one, right? Like you have no reason to doubt me. But the second one, you're gonna need a lot more evidence for that. You're gonna be like, hold up, either someone here might need a psychiatrist, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, not only that, like I think this is a really good time to bring up on how the Bible looks and treats women. Like, are you familiar with that God doesn't know our anatomy?
No.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22.
I'm doing the bread now. I put my Bible away. Look it up for me.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, real quick in the comment section of YouTube, Jesus Christ Resurrected, the Nachal Kever scroll also refers to the individual whose hands are dug, not pierced, as a she. So unless you want to say Jesus was a woman, I suggest not using the Nachal Kever scrolls as evidence for your position. Now, anyways, Deuteronomy chapter 22. Is that what you said, Ash?
Yeah, 13. So as a woman, our first time, you know, we don't always bleed, correct?
Yeah.
Right, because the hymen thing is a big myth that was made up by creepy men. Well, God follows this hymen rule, and so Deuteronomy 22.
Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, "I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity." The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. So this is a test. Like, in order to show you're a virgin, you have to bleed on a cloth. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, "I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity." Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the young man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father. Because he has slandered a virgin of Israel, she shall remain his wife. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, the charge is true, and the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So, as you know, Zoe, not all women bleed the first time they have sex. The ancient Israelites didn't seem to be aware of this, and as a result, what ends up happening if a virgin marries a man and they come together for the very first time ever, and she doesn't bleed on the cloth? What will end up happening to her?
She gets stoned.
Even though she's innocent,
Yeah,
she would be stoned.
And
Right,
this is
yeah.
God speaking, by the way. This is quote unquote God. This is like Yahweh, the Father. I mean, not that we should like stone women even if she did cheat. That's weird. But the fact is he doesn't know about our hymen and what it actually does, because it's less than 50% of the time. Luckily, this law was probably just propaganda and never really used against ancient Israelite women. But the point is, it's your God speaking. Like that's, and
No, I
like
understand.
this is one of hundreds of things about women. We're property to God.
Yeah. No, I definitely see where you're coming from. I'm learning a lot, actually. It's things that I never like thought of or looked at very hard. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So you know that that's like one of God's laws, right?
I read it and then I like processed it. I never really went back and read that specifically, so I think it's good that like I revisited it and you guys probably gave me some insight.
Here, I'll
yeah,
give you,
like
I'll give
sorry,
you
go
one.
ahead.
I'll give you one more Bible passage to ponder on, and then we're gonna let you go. But
Of course,
okay.
yeah.
What do these three things have in common? So, house, slaves, and livestock.
I mean, you can set two of them on fire with the fire. I'm sorry.
Oh, would you agree that these are all property?
Like fire, you can't own fire.
No. A house, slaves, and livestock.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, these are all property, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when we go and reread the 10 Commandments, when we get to the 10th commandment on verse 17, it says, "You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor." If a man's wife is listed along with his house, his slaves, and his livestock, and it says about or anything that belongs to your neighbor, what does that say about the way that the Bible views a woman in relation to a man?
They're objectified.
Yeah, property. Well, so, listen, I'm going to let you sit on this. I want you to think about it. Go back and listen to this conversation again from beginning. It'll be on my YouTube channel. And then when you have time to think about it, I want you to call back and have the conversation again with us. How's that sound?
Yeah. Yeah, or just if you don't want to do that, though we would appreciate it, just take an honest look at your Bible. As an atheist, we want you to read your Bible, because the road to atheism is paved with well-read Bibles. It really is. Much of the people in our chat or in the deconstruction community got here by just studying the text.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Have a good day, Zoe.
Yeah,
You as well.
you've been super awesome. We really appreciate you. So
Oh, thank you.
Zoe.
shout
is
out
one
to
of-
Zoe. Yeah,
Zoe.
Zoe's awesome.
Zoe's one of my favorite names, by the way. It's a Greek word. Zoe means life. It's a really cool name. I like Zoe, and it also just sounds cool. But I'm going to read some super chats, and then we'll bring up the next guest.
It gives me Zoe 101 vibes. Britney Spears' sisters show or
yeah.
whatever. I used to love that show.
We all watched Zoe 101, and we all wanted Zoe and Chase to end up together. I think they
Yes.
they did at the end of the show. Spoiler alert! But I think that it's been established canonically that they didn't stay together. So sad news, but it is what it is. All right.
I'll be back in 1 second. I have to use the bathroom.
At Harry Shide with the £5. Poor little history pup, referring to history on history pup, whimpering away like a whimpering puppy sitting in his own poopy poop.
Yeah. 100%. That is History Hound. 100%. He couldn't hang with the. I mean, listen. Zoe was wonderful. History Hound, you not so much. Anytime I have a woman come up, they're generally a lot more pleasant than our men who come up because the women don't get emotional. Anyways.
At Joshua Shell with the $5. Good vibes.
If you're talking about Zoe or was it Tom? Either way, yes, both of them had good vibes. Zoe, very good vibes. Let's see, and
At Kamran Mino Rosso with the $5. Sometimes having guests like Zoe is so much fun. Answering questions, not over talking, respectful and honest. Don't you love that?
I do love that. I wish we would get more guests like Zoe and who are willing to have an honest, respectful dialogue. It saves my voice a lot of hassle I don't have to yell over people. It's fantastic. But we're gonna bring up Jamming Jay, who's I believe I'm pretty sure is a friendly, and they're like and they're really been pushing. They're really pushing for those likes. Hey, Jamming Jay, what's up, bud?
Hey, I just wanted to say hey. I'm a he, him. Yeah, I'm a friendly. I just wanted to give a quick shout out, PSA to everybody. This cake conundrum thing is probably the most important thing that I've ever been a part of. And I was in the Army for like 21 years. Um, I just want everybody to know, like, if we can, I understand that you're probably not going to show your take on TikTok because that would just be uncouth. But the fact that there's a possibility that we could get the likes up that high, where you would have to be like, oh my gosh, I might have to honor this. Just that look on your face, that's what I want a screenshot of, and that's why I'm doing this. And I love
1
you
million
guys.
likes, everybody. 1 million likes.
Oh my god.
Let's go! Take control! Goodbye.
Okay, have a good day,
That's
Jamming Jay.
great.
Hey, I can still like while I'm on. Use all 3 fingers.
Use all 3 fingers. That's always been my motto for life. Use all 3 fingers. Anyways,
Unless you have fat fingers. Oh, wait,
no,
sorry, what?
even then, all 3 fingers. I don't. Yeah, if you got sausage fingers, use all 3 fingers. Make her forget her own name. Okay, let's see.
Out to Oppo Lights with the $4.99. Any chance we could get a Bible study session sometime in the Discord? Love to you and Ashlyn. Appreciate you both.
You know, last year when I was doing these lives before I took my long ass hiatus, we were doing a Bible study every Sunday, and maybe in the future it's something we'll pick back up on. We probably, I don't know if
It was
we'll do.
it was fun. It was fun watching me struggle with names, so I'm told.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of genealogies, and I always got picked to read that one. So if you want to watch me struggle to say Bible names, vote for that.
There you go. All right, let's see. Do we have any guests? No one in the TikTok, no one on the YouTube. So everyone make sure you're tapping that screen. Share the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends and with your enemies. Every culture at the time was violent. The difference, Israel's law restricted violence. I'm sorry. Didn't the Israelites
What?
murder a bunch of babies in cold blood?
You know, I do find stoning cathartic instead of violent. Chris, you may have a point here.
And also, to make the claim that other nations didn't restrict violence in any manner is just a wild ass claim that's not supported by the data. But we got a guest. We got here Marian Portum Kalpe. Marian, I'm going to ask you the same 4 preliminary questions I ask all my new guests. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
I am 28 years old and I am from the Philippines, a Christian.
Okay, and then so I guess that answers my second question. You believe in the Bible?
Yes.
And how much of the Bible have you read?
Well, I have studied the Bible under the nuns and the priests at my Catholic school, but I don't think I can tell you that I've read the whole Bible. I've read parts of it and I've heard parts of it like in church on Sunday Mass. I would
All right.
honestly tell you that I have heard the Bible readings like from the priest at the church, you know, and
Okay.
like at Catholic school and things like that, you know.
Yeah. And then final question before we move on to the conversation. What pronouns do you prefer to go by? He, him, she, her, or they, them?
He, him.
All right, Marianne.
Be sure.
Is it Marlon? That's an L,
Yeah,
not an
yes.
I. Marlon, he, him. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. I think the Bible is bullshit. Changing my mind.
I was going to talk about like creationism and like evolution, yeah. You guys don't believe in creationism, right?
No, definitely not, since the Bible has two conflicting stories on how the world was created. They can't even agree on how God created the world.
I mean, I would argue that you would need a supernatural to form the natural world and what makes it function
Here,
and the systems around it.
That
you
does
know?
not follow.
But also, Marlon, let's just pretend for a second that I'm
yes.
not. Let's pretend for a second that I'm not an
Yes.
atheist, and that I believe in a God, and I believe the universe was created. I would still think the Bible is bullshit.
Why? Why?
Because the Bible contains contradictions, scientific and historical errors, and failed prophecy, and Jesus didn't even meet the criteria to be the Messiah.
There's this creature, the immortal jellyfish. This is like a sea creature that doesn't die. You cannot kill it. I would argue that's a
DMs Dalton.
that's a creation by God. You know, there's this like I heard this tortoise that's been living for a long time.
Sure, but
What I'm saying, it's been blessed by God by a long life. You know.
let's say I believe that, but the Bible doesn't. But the Bible doesn't say anything about immortal jellyfish. So even if I believe that God made jellyfish immortal for whatever reason, I still wouldn't believe the Bible is true.
Where does immortality come from, Bible guy? Where does immortality come from?
Well,
God is immortal.
Does the Bible ever make the claim that God made jellyfish immortal?
The Bible says that God created all creatures, big and small. It's been stated that God created everything, you know.
But here's a good question. So we're talking specifically about the Bible.
Yes.
The Bible has two contradictory, conflicting creation myths in it. So, for example, did God create the heavens and the earth in 6 days, or did he create it in 1 day?
He created it in 6 days.
You would be correct if we were talking about Genesis chapter 1, but in Genesis chapter 2, God says that it was created in a single day.
I'm sorry. I didn't know about that. I was taught in Christian education that the entire universe was created in like 6 days, or like the earth was created in 6 days. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's what Genesis 1 that is what Genesis 1 says. But if you look here on the screen, you'll see that Genesis chapter 2 verse 4 says, "These are the generations of the heavens and the earth." And my Bible translation here says when they were created, but the original Hebrew says in the day that they were created. So if the Bible can't agree as to how many days it took God to create the world, why should I care what the Bible says?
Just for clarification, are we talking about the earth, or like are we talking about like the universe, or are we talking about the earth?
The Bible doesn't really have in its own. It doesn't understand the concept of the universe. The ancient Israelites who wrote the Old Testament didn't know that the universe as a whole existed. They thought that the earth was flat and that there was a dome over the earth and the sky was the limit, literally, of all creation. So there is no idea about the universe in the Bible.
What I'm going to explain is that before the events of the Genesis, of the creation of everything, God and Satan had a falling out in heaven, and that the Satan, Lucifer, the angel, rebelled from God in heaven,
The Bible.
those are the events that happened before the creation. That's why you make the connection like with
Here's the problem,
devil
Marlon.
tempting Eve. Yes, yes.
Here's the problem, Marlon. The Bible doesn't say that.
The Bible says that the devil Satan was Lucifer, an angel before.
No.
He was even.
No, there is one verse in the book of Isaiah that mentions someone named Lucifer only in certain Bible translations. But when we go and we read that passage about that individual called Lucifer, in reality, they're called in Hebrew Hillel ben Shechar, or morning star, son of the dawn. That person was a human being, the king of Babylon. It wasn't a reference to any angel.
So you don't think that this Lucifer was Satan, the serpent that tempted Eve in the Garden of Eden? You know.
No, the book of Genesis never says that the book of Genesis never says that the serpent in the Garden of Eden was Satan. It's just a talking snake.
Oh. What about like in Revelation? It says in the book of Revelation. The devil.
Yeah, when the book of Revelation refers to the devil as that ancient serpent, it's not a reference to the book of it's not a reference to the book of Genesis. It's actually a reference to a different serpent altogether. Have you heard of Leviathan?
You mean the huge sea creature, Leviathan? You know yes.
If you read ancient Near Eastern works, including, for example, the book of Isaiah, it refers to the Leviathan as a dragon and an ancient serpent. That's what the book of Revelation is actually like referencing back to, not to the talking snake in the Garden of Eden.
Oh, I was taught from my catechism class that the Leviathan is one of Satan's forms, one of the devil's forms. That's what I've been taught.
Well, that is how modern day Catholics have reinterpreted the Hebrew Bible. But originally, the Leviathan was just a mythical creature, a sea serpent, like the Loch Ness Monster, if you will. And then later on, the New Testament authors took the symbolism of Leviathan and applied it to Satan. But in its original context, it had nothing to do with Satan. Satan is very different in the Old Testament than he is in the New Testament. Because as far as I can tell, there is no Satan. He's just a fictional being. And the reason that he changes over time is because different ideas about Satan arise over time.
I'm going to ask you, do you guys believe that God answers prayers? Do you guys believe God answers prayers with miracles,
All the evidence seems to point to the idea that God doesn't answer prayers, because we have done actual studies where we have controlled groups where people, for example, will be prayed for. And it seems that the rate at which the prayers get answered is the same rate as just chance. And moreover, when it comes to the answering of prayers, it's always something that could happen naturally. Like, for example, someone has cancer, someone prays for the cancer, it goes away. But we do know that that cancer does just go away on its own, regardless of whether or not you have prayer. But we never see honest miracles. Like, we never see anyone part waters or walk on water or immediately raise the dead or anything like that. We never see anything like that.
What about on the same case with supernatural beings? Is that the same case for ghosts or demons being seen on camera, being caught on video? And
there are things that get caught in camera, but they're not really ghosts. There are tons of naturalistic explanations that we have gotten to that answer all the alleged ghost videos. I would suggest there's a really great channel. there's a really great channel on YouTube, and I would suggest that everyone takes a look at this channel. It's called Corridor Crew. Corridor Crew, they are a VFX channel. They are a specialist who makes special effects for like movies and stuff like that. And they have a whole video where they, as special effects artists, are able to, I'm gonna show it on the screen for everyone to see, where they actually show, Corridor Crew, they have videos here where they show people, they give explanations for like these crazy videos, and they show you how they were either faked deliberately or how it's a trick of the lens or something to that matter.
But for example, let's say you were in a haunted area. What would you do if you face a white lady ghost woman?
I would question myself and my senses first, rather than thinking that this thing was true. I would question on if I was actually seeing and perceiving it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would question my own senses before I believed that this thing was real, because the likelihood of a supernatural thing, very low. The likelihood of me experiencing either a false sense, because our senses aren't, they're relatively reliable, but they're not super reliable, or I would question if I was seeing or hearing things that weren't there. So I would question my perception. Am I having a dopamine problem in my?
Because I was connecting paranormal events to miracle events, that both of them are supernatural. Yeah, just like I was connecting like the immortal jellyfish, like the tortoise, even like the Greenland shark. It's like 400 years old, right? That's its lifespan.
That's just
I mean-
biology. We completely understand. We understand perfectly, biologically speaking, how these animals are able to live so long. There's nothing supernatural about it. It's all biology.
I mean, in the Bible, you have seen the prophets living for like 200 years, 300 years,
Well,
400 years. I mean, Adam lived
there are
up to
no
900 years.
not really. I mean, we have individuals from Genesis 5 where they have long lives, but I don't think any of those people were real. We don't have any evidence that anyone from Adam to Noah, none of those people were real. I don't think anyone in the book of Genesis are real historical persons. The book of Genesis is dubious and it's myth.
So our biology hasn't changed much, Marlon, in around 200 to 300,000 years. And this is a text.
What about someone like Moses? You know, like
I don't
He probably
think
didn't exist.
Yeah, I don't believe Moses existed either.
there are no historical records in Egypt like about like the parting of the sea. You know.
No, we have nothing. We have nothing. We have no evidence, historical or otherwise, for the Exodus found in the Bible. We have no evidence from Moses. According to the Bible, the Exodus would have taken place around the 1400s BCE, but we have no evidence of an Exodus. We have no evidence of millions of Jewish people living as slaves in Egypt. We have no evidence that they ever traveled from Egypt to Canaan. As far as all the evidence is concerned, the Israelites were just another group of Canaanites, and they always existed in the land of Canaan.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. Because I was under the impression that the Egyptians are meticulous record keepers, right? Like they have hieroglyphics or something, writings on the walls, you know, like in the pyramids and stuff, you know.
Yeah, and they have nothing about the Exodus. You would expect that if the entire kingdom of Egypt was utterly decimated by the 10 plagues, and the son of the Pharaoh and the Pharaoh himself were killed, that we would have some record of this by the Egyptians, but we don't.
Okay. Like for example, when talking about the morality of God, I'm going to say that God has a system, God has a system. Like the very first tier is God the Father in heaven, and on the second rank is Jesus Christ, and on the third rank is the Holy Spirit under Jesus Christ. And then you
I
have the council of prophets and the council of apostles,
yeah, but
and
here's the
then
problem.
the angels.
Here's the problem, Marlon. The
Yes.
first and foremost, the Trinity isn't in the Bible. It's a post-biblical innovation made by later church fathers. And secondly, I have no evidence that Jesus ever rose from the dead. But Marlon,
They
I think we need to move on, Marlon. But Marlon,
okay.
you've been very nice, but you have a wonderful day, bud.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up, Marlon. We appreciate you.
Yes, Ashlyn, I agree. Anyways, make sure everyone that you are tapping that screen, sharing the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends and with your enemies. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. This is my friend Ashland, and as the Bible guy, I'm willing to say that I know the Bible better than most Christians on TikTok, and as a result, I'm able to say the Bible is bullshit. Come up and change my mind if you think you have an argument against. Yeah?
Chris, no, in the chat. Chris, you have an awful lot to say, and we do appreciate your presence here, especially contributing to the algorithm. You made a lot of claims in the chat. Why don't you come up here and explain them to us? Since you're very brazen in the comment section, come be bold. Be at all times ready to defend your faith.
Yeah, because every time you comment in my comment section, bud, you're telling the TikTok algorithm that this is a great show, and it pushes the show out to more people. More people get to hear me talk shit about the Bible, and they get to discover the problems with the Bible. Let's see, where your hair go from these talks? LOL. Yeah, one night I woke up, it was just all gone. Isn't that crazy?
The Christians stressed him out, guys.
Christians stressed me out. I have to do this every 2 days to keep it even remotely looking nice like this. I have a special razor. Actually, I'll just 1 second.
Don't show us your razor for your balls, though. I love that he walked away, so he can't say anything. So
don't tell me
he'll just have to sit with.
I'll show my Manscaped razor if I have to. Anyways, this is the special razor I use for my head. It worked really good. Yeah. Anyways, we got SJ in the comment section. SJ, I'm going to ask you some preliminary questions, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Question number 1, SJ, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2, are you a Bible believer?
Yes.
Question number 3, how much of the Bible have you read?
I've read quite a lot.
And then question number 4, what pronouns do you prefer to go by?
Child of God.
That's not a pronoun.
I'm a man.
That's not a pronoun. That's a noun. But what pronouns do you
Just
go
call
by?
me he. Just
He,
call
there
me
you go.
he.
SJ, he, him. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. The Bible is bullshit. Change my mind.
Why do you believe the Bible is BS?
Because Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. The Bible contains historical and scientific errors and contradictions.
First of all, you say Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. Jesus came from the lineage of David. Jesus became from the lineage of David. Second of all, Jesus is
evidence
from a Christian. Can I finish my
point?
point?
No, you can start with the first one.
Don't gish gallop here.
Yeah.
Sure, his father was called his father was Joseph. Joseph was from the lineage of David.
I thought so. You reject the virgin birth. You reject the virgin birth.
No one rejects it. I knew this was going to be a point. The thing is, if Jesus was born under the biological line as of his father Joseph, that means he would have had the Jeconiah curse, which would have already refuted him being the Messiah. So him not
Okay,
being
so
biologically from
what's
his
so
father
what's the
Joseph,
evidence?
that actually verifies him being the Messiah.
So what's
So
the
he
evidence?
both is and is not the son of Joseph? Like which one is it? Is he from the lineage?
I said
or is he
he's
not?
from. What you've got to understand is that the race came from the mother. The tribe of who he was from his father. So his father, even if he was adopted, his father being Joseph goes for the fact that he was from the lineage of David.
Well, no,
Additionally, if he
no.
was born,
Dude, slow down. For example, if you were born from, let's say you were a Simeonite, if you get adopted by a Levite man, you can't become a priest, can't become a high priest or a priest of any kind. You have to be literally
it was a
physically.
hypothetical.
Yeah, well, you cannot be a priest if you're not actually born from a Levite, and likewise, you cannot be the king of Israel if your dad isn't actually, if you're not literally physically descended from David.
It was a hypothetical, and what you've got to understand is when the angel.
Well, tell me
of the Lord-
what. Well, then tell me. So, give me the actual evidence that Jesus was actually not hypothetically descended from David.
His father was Joseph.
Well,
The
Joseph.
angel-
No,
the
his
angel- the
father.
angel came.
His father wasn't Joseph. Try again.
Who is his father? Who was his father then?
According to your New Testament, God.
Yeah, of course. But in his fleshly nature, who was his father?
He had no father according to his fleshly nature.
He
was born of a virgin.
Who do you think he? Who do you think he called father in his fleshly nature when he was there?
Well, you can call anyone. You can call anyone father, but I can call someone father. That doesn't make me their physical son.
This is such a W.
I call a
run
lot of
from,
people
This
daddy.
is such a W run from the argument. Who was his father when he was in his fleshly nature? Who did he call his father?
His adopted father or his physical father?
There we go. So there wasn't any contradictions or any false things.
Well,
You can
no,
go to the next
Jesus.
point
Jesus.
if you really
No,
want
we're
to.
not. well, no, because you've yet to give me to demonstrate that Jesus was a descendant of King David. Sorry, I meant to unmute you there. Unmute yourself. Can you demonstrate that Jesus was an actual physical descendant of King David?
I've just told you how he was.
No, because Joseph wasn't his father. Therefore, he wasn't the physical descendant of King David. And also Joseph's lineage. And also Joseph, no one who's a son of Joseph can be king of Israel.
I've just told Joseph's not sleeping with Mary does not go against the fact that his father was Joseph. If Joseph had slept with Mary, that means
if you really want Joseph to be Jesus' dad, then Jesus can't be king of Israel. Because Joseph, according to the Gospel of Matthew, was the descendant of Jeconiah.
If Joseph had slept with Mary, that means Jesus would have had the Jeconiah curse, which would have refuted him.
Well, if Joseph is Jesus' dad, then he can't be king of Israel.
It sounds like you want your cake and eat it too, SJ. It sounds like you want Joseph to have, or you want Jesus to have Joseph's lineage, but yet you know that it's problematic. He can't have it and then the Jeconiah thing go away. Like that's not how this works.
I think you don't understand.
I think I understand clearly, SJ.
Yeah. Either Jesus either Jesus was actually Joseph's son, in which case he's disqualified from being the Messiah because Joseph's lineage is cursed, or he wasn't Joseph's son and then he's not a descendant of David anyways. So can you demonstrate that he's an actual son? Let me make my question a little bit more easier for you to understand. I need you to demonstrate for me that Jesus was physically in his genetics an actual descendant of King David, not adopted.
I believe. I believe if God could create a baby, a virgin woman to have her son as Jesus, he could definitely take the seed of David.
So
of Joseph,
magic
and put the seed of Joseph.
Oh, no, that's fine. Then he's got the curse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he's cursed.
If he's using Joseph's seed, then he can't be the Messiah because that lineage is cursed. So magic is now part of the equation, but also the magic, I'm sorry. Was the middle of my sentence interrupting the beginning of yours, Anyways, so if you're going to use magic as the answer and say that Jesus was actually Joseph's son because God used God magic to make him Joseph's son, then Jesus is disqualified from being the Messiah because Joseph's lineage is cursed.
W concede. Thank you very much. That means
No, yes, thank you for thank you for conceding that Jesus cannot be the Messiah because of the cursed lineage. Thank you for that concession, bud.
So your point is you're
W for
Jesus
W for conceding.
You're refuting Jesus.
SJ, we don't have a losing position here. Either
Can I
I'm speaking now. When either he wasn't from the line of David, or he was and it's cursed. You don't have a winning position here. It cannot be, well, God magic, and you get to like jump over the little problem that you have here. That's not how this works. It's either one or the other. You can pick. We'll let you decide which one. It's either he's not born and of Joseph's line, or he was and it's cursed. Those are your two options.
Legally, Jesus, his father. Legally, Jesus'
I don't care.
father was Joseph.
Well,
not biologically.
you can't legally inherit the throne of David no more than you can legally inherit like the Aaronic priesthood. That's not how lineages work in ancient Israel.
Mary even concedes to Joseph being his father. Luke 2.
Well, then guess what? It's fine. Fine. If you want Joseph to be his dad, then he can't be the Messiah.
Son, why hast thou thus dealt with us? Behold, thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing.
Yeah.
Luke 2, verse 27,
Fine. Yeah, fine. If you want, listen, if you want Joseph to be Jesus' dad, that's fine. But that means Jesus can't be the Messiah. That's fine.
And then verses that go against him, Joseph being his actual biological father, Matthew 1 verse 18.
Okay, then
Before
he's
they came
not
together. She was
okay.
found with the
He's
child.
he's not.
He was found with the child of the Holy.
So he's not his biological father. So God didn't take Joseph's sperm and then make Mary pregnant. So he's not the biological father. So now again, I have no reason to think that he's a descendant of King David.
I think this is just more of a common sense issue. But
I think.
I'm
pretty sure there's
I'm not going to.
It is a common sense issue.
I read a book. It's called Catch-22, and it feels awfully fucking similar. That feels like you might be stuck between a rock and a fucking hard place. Like that's really what it is. Either one that you pick.
Actually, I think he's right. This is a common sense problem, but I don't think SJ has any common sense. Is the problem? You
guys do realize in Jewish law.
Oh wait. I want you to show me where in Jewish law it says that you inherit the tribal affiliation of an adopted father. Show me where in the Talmud it says that, Mr. Quoting Jewish law. I've got the Talmud right here on my computer. Give me the tractate and folio number for where in the Talmud it states that you can inherit the tribal affiliation of an adopted father. Not property, but tribal inheritance. Go ahead.
Well, there's in the Talmud Sanhedrin 19b.
All right,
I'm
going to open it up now.
Passages. Whoever raises an orphan,
I'm going to open it up now. I'm going to open it up now. All right, let's see. I'm going to open it up now. All right, let's take a look.
Can I speak?
I'm going to open it up now. Let's see. Sanhedrin. 19b. Let's see if it says anything about tribal inheritance. Which
whoever raises an orphan.
Which paragraph? Well, I'm going to read it now. Can
I speak?
I'm going to read it now.
There we go.
Which
paragraph?
Dalton, just let him spill. Like he's already he's thrown out his rope. Just let him throw farther. Just let him throw his rope further.
Here, I'll let you quote.
Well,
I'll let you quote what you think the Talmud says, but then I'm going to need you to provide me the exact citation so we can fact check you on what you're reading. So go ahead and
Talmud Sanhedrin 19b. Can I speak?
Yeah, which paragraph? Which paragraph?
Talmud Sanhedrin 19b. Whoever raises an orphan in his house, Scripture considers it as if he had given birth to him.
All right, which paragraph?
What do you mean? Which paragraph?
Which paragraph of folio 19b?
Example. The Reverend. It's where Gemara is speaking.
Yeah, there's a lot of Gemara within the tractate. I can't read all of 19b right here.
It doesn't have numbered paragraphs.
Are you on Sepharia?
Bro, there's no paragraph number. You can just read it yourself if you want.
I'm looking. There are paragraph. There are paragraph numbers.
For you.
I do have paragraph numbers here. You can clearly see on the screen.
There we go. When someone's losing an argument, this is what they do.
No, I'm not losing the argument. I'm not losing the argument.
They just speak over you and then just repeat consistently.
Anyways, I'll just mute you. I do have. See, look at this paragraph number right here on the side. So, which paragraph is it in? So we can fact check you, bud. See, look at that.
The upper half of the page. In the Sugya explaining 2 Samuel 8:21 verse 8. This question actually begins with, did Michael give birth to them? Surely Merab gave birth to them.
Second, I don't see a citation for 2 Samuel. Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, there is. There was. 2
Right there,
Samuel
2 Samuel.
12.
21 verse 8.
21 verse 8. Let's see if 21 is anywhere around here. All right. The Tosefta continues. It is written, but the king took the 2 sons, Ritzpah, daughter of Aiah, whom she bore unto Saul, Armoni and Mephibosheth, and the 5 sons of Michal, daughter of Saul, whom she bore to Adriel, son of Barzillai, the Meholathite. But did Saul give Michal to Adriel? But didn't he give her to Palti, son of Laish? As it is written, now Saul had given Michal, his daughter, David's wife, to Palti, son of Lachish. The Tosefta continues, the first verse does not mean then that Michal married Adriel. Rather, the verse compares Merab's betrothal to Adriel to Michal's betrothal to Palti, just as Michal's betrothal to Palti was affected in... Oh, wait, sorry, everyone in the YouTube comment section. I forgot to... There you go. Anyways, Palti affected transgression according to all the opinions. Since she was already married to David, so too Merab's betrothal. The Gemara asks, and according to Rabbi Yehoshua ben Korcha, as well, isn't it written, and the 5 sons of Michal, daughter of Saul, whom she bore to Adriel? Rabbi Yehoshua ben Korcha could have said to you to understand it this way, and did Michal give birth to these children? But didn't Merab give birth to them for Adriel? Rather, Merab gave birth to them and died, and Michal raised them in her house. Therefore, the children were called by her name. To teach you with regard to anyone who raises an orphan in his house, the verse ascribes him, credits him as if he gave birth to him. All right.
Thank you very much.
But where does it say that you inherit the tribe?
Oh my word, bro! That's enough to
no, it's not.
Verify and validate my argument.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Like, for example, if I'm born to a Simeonite and I am adopted by a Levite, can I become a priest now?
Bro, what is the verse? What does it say? Go back and read it. What does it say?
It only says you take the name, not the tribal aspects.
Yeah, I'm gonna need.
That's all that says.
It's clear
SJ.
in the text. You're just running from the.
It's not clear, SJ.
All right, that's fine. We can move on to the next argument.
No, we're not moving on. You need to demonstrate to me. You need to demonstrate to me. Stop acting like a child. You need to demonstrate to me that the person doesn't just inherit their name or even their property, but that they are inheriting their tribal affiliation. Demonstrate to me that someone who's not a Levite can become a priest by being adopted, for example.
SJ, and hold on, SJ, hold on. So I'm going to give you an example of the difference of this, because I don't think that this is what you're getting. Say I am the white girl that I am, and I am adopted by a Native American family, and this text says the same thing. Do I get to claim the tribal aspects of the Native American, or am I just taking the last name of this individual? There are very specific distinctions between those two things in what they mean culturally, right? SJ, do you agree?
We're talking about Jewish laws, not tribal laws.
Okay, now,
first of all.
okay, then
And
show us
second of
where.
all,
Then show us where in Jewish law it explicitly
are
tells
you
us
going to keep
that you inherit the tribal lineage, that you become like that you can become. For example, if you're adopted by a Levite, can you become a priest? You would need to show that
what does it
in
mean?
order for us to
What does it
believe
mean?
that you take on their
What does this
name
mean?
and you can adopt their property, but it doesn't mean you get to become part of that like special lineage. You can't become.
What does this mean?
You can't become a king of Israel by being adopted by a Judahite who's a descendant of David, nor can you become high priest just by being adopted by a Levite. Show us where in the Talmud.
What does this mean? Anyone who raises an orphan in his house, Scripture credits him as though he had begotten him.
Yeah, you
What
get
does
their
that mean?
name, you get their name, and you get to adopt and you get to inherit their property. Now show me
As if he
where.
had, as if he had given birth to him.
Yeah, so you can.
You're just
you
running
can
from the argument.
So
bro.
so you can legally take on their property and their last name, but show us where it mentions tribal affiliation, that you become a descendant of Aaron or a descendant of David by means of this. Show us, because if this is the best you got, bro, this is weak sauce.
Bro, you're just running. Like, I'm not.
You can say I'm running, but I'm not. I'm staying right here. You're the one who wanted to move on. I'm staying right here until you can demonstrate tribal inheritance. Go ahead.
I've just given you Sanhedrin.
Nope, you
19b,
haven't.
Sugya 2.
And Sanhedrin 19b doesn't demonstrate that you inherit the tribe of the individual in question. So again, show us where in the Talmud that an individual can inherit. For example, like show us like where it says, like for example, a Levite you can become a priest.
I can't lie. I'm not.
Can we?
I'm
can
not
we,
going to
like,
show you anything because
Dalton, just give him a counter example of like the Levites and that it's a direct biological relationship. I think that would help SJ.
Yeah, you have to. Can you have to be a.
Can you?
You
Yeah,
have
just
to be.
show him.
Can you go and bring?
SJ, we are literally talking.
Can you
I
bring
don't
that
know
up and
why-
read that again?
Wow, SJ, if you
Just so
can't,
you can understand.
SJ, if you do not stop interrupting me while I'm talking, I will fucking drop you. I'm not even kidding it.
Because
If
you're
you refu-
scared.
if you-
Because you're
no.
scared.
No, I
No,
want you to give me the
SJ.
evidence. I want you to give me the evidence,
Dalton,
but you won't
breathe.
do it.
SJ, no, you're acting like a child. That is the issue here. You're interrupting. We're trying to explain something to you, and we're not letting you move on from it. I was having a conversation of Dalton to show you what explicitly he's talking about, because it's imperative that certain aspects of the tribe are biological. So just because you have a verse saying that takes the name doesn't mean that everything about this is granted. And that's what you're not getting. You just refuse
Does
to
it say
move on
takes-
that.
Wow, I'm pretty
Does
sure
it say
Ashlyn
take-
was.
I wasn't even finished with my fucking sentence, SJ. SJ, why are you like this? Why do you think this is an appropriate behavior or convincing behavior?
The fact that I keep having to mute him over and over again because he unmutes himself because he wants to interrupt us tells me everything I need to know about this individual. Now, maybe
You'll
I need
know
to bring
them by
up.
their
That's
fruits.
Maybe I need to bring up an actual rabbi to discuss this. Would you prefer that, SJ? An actual rabbi?
Yes, that's perfect. Bring it up. Bring
All right.
one up. So
All
she
right,
can
I'm-
also refute everything you just said right now. That's perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna try to get Rabbi Chana to come up. Let me see.
Because not
Doesn't it-
once in that text does it say
Rabbi
name.
sorry, Rabbi, I could never say your name. I'm so sorry. They're in the chat. I just saw them.
Oh, Rabbi
Let
Chana.
me find them.
I've got a guest here who is making the claim that if you, for example, are adopted by, like, let's say a Levite, that you can become a priest, even though you're not physically a Levite. Does Sanhedrin 19b demonstrate that you can inherit tribal affiliation? So, Rabbi Chana, Um, you said you saw them in the comment section.
I sent an invite. I don't know if Rabbi wants to come up or not, or maybe they're not listening, and or not near their phone. I know I'm guilty of putting my phone on.
Yeah, let's just give Rabbi Chana a minute to respond to the call. All right. Let's see.
Oh, that was the wrong person. Nope, that was the wrong person. Okay,
All
never
right.
mind. I didn't.
Can someone send find Rabbi Chana and send her the live and tell her that her assistance is needed on a question of halacha? Let's see. Reverend Chad, you did? All right, good. We'll just wait for Rabbi Chana to get here. And then we'll see who the halacha actually agrees with. Let's see. Are you saying you cannot be part of the bloodline? No, you can't inherit the tribal inheritance. Only property and name. Let's see. Let's see. While I'm waiting for Rabbi Chana, I'm just going to look it up and see what I can find. Sanhedrin 19b famously states that whoever raises an orphan in his house is considered as if he gave birth to him. However, the Talmud is very clear, both in this passage and across rabbinic literature, that this principle is honorific and ethical, not genealogical or legal in the sense of yichus, lineage. Key implication from Sanhedrin 19b and later halakhic interpretation. Tribal affiliation follows biological paternity. One's tribe, Judah, Levi, Israel, etc., is determined exclusively by the biological father. Adoption or upbringing does not alter this. A child raised by a Levite, for example, does not become a Levite. Since tribal identity is unchanged, the child does not inherit Levitical privileges or obligations, priestly status, Cohen, tribal land allotment, or other lineage-based legal standing. The Talmud emphasizes the merit of raising a child, the responsibility and honor owed to adopted parents, not a legal fiction that rewrites genealogy. Let's see. So far, it looks like I'm correct. I'm still waiting for Rabbi Chana to come up.
But also, so this is also. No, maybe. I'm trying to think about, like, Samuel's never called a priest either.
Oh, yeah, he was raised by. Eli. He's never called a priest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Moses was never a priest too. And that's
so until the real Rabbi Hana gets here, SJ, are you able to provide us anything explicit in the Talmud that states that one inherits tribal affiliation? Because all the evidence I'm looking at so far would seem to dictate.
Yeah, it's opposite. Like it's nothing that I'm seeing can dictate that they can take any of the quote unquote benefits of that besides just property ownership and the name.
What you got to realize is Jesus wasn't even adopted. Joseph married Mary, where Mary had conceived Jesus. So even if you want to say, oh, an adopted child, Jesus wasn't adopted. So your point.
So why? So why bring up? Okay. I'm gonna calm down.
Breathe. I know. It's so frustrating.
Was Jesus Joseph's biological offspring? Did anything of Joseph's genetics go into Mary's vagina at any point?
I honestly just want to note, SJ, how much
scripture is not defined by biology only, but it's defined by responsibility.
Yes or no?
Recognition.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Was any of Joseph's
was he
genetics
biologically raised from Joseph? He was not.
Hey, SJ,
Okay.
how much oil did you put on before entering the live so you could try to slip out of every situation by being just inconceivably dishonest? Like you bought how many tubs of baby oil to get that done? Because like we have been on this topic, we got to a point, and now you're just like trying to
I'm not
get out of it.
slipping
No,
out. My point
yes, you
stands
are.
regardless. My point stands regardless. You can
KYSJ.
bring a
No,
rabbi
no.
all you want.
According to the halakha, from what I can see so far, you do not inherit, like tribal affiliation.
Is this in the Talmud? Is this in the Talmud?
This is according to all these different rabbinical sources that I'm bringing up.
No. You said for me to bring up the Talmud. So
Yeah.
can you bring up a verse from the Talmud?
Can you show
bring
me
up a verse in the
Yeah,
Talmud
can you
that
show
refutes
me?
my
Yeah,
point?
can you show me in the Talmud?
I just gave you a verse.
Can you show me?
Find me another verse in the Talmud.
Here, I'll do this again. I can't
Find me a
and
verse.
If you absolutely refuse to actually provide me the evidence I'm asking for, I will move on. I don't need you here wasting my time. You've already spent 28 minutes up here. We've wasted so much time on you. So I'll ask you again, and if you don't give me the source, I'm just going to drop you. So
yeah, I'll repeat it again.
I'll just ask it again. I'll just keep using you until I get done asking, and if you refuse to answer, then I will drop you. No questions asked or whatsoever. Can you show us in the Talmud where it states that you don't just simply inherit property or a name, but that you inherit the tribal affiliation of the adopted parent? Yes or no? Can you show us?
Sanhedrin 19b Sugya. Anyone who raises an orphan.
So no, you can't.
Well, that was eventful.
What a prick.
Yeah.
So
Like
according to
every
all
other case, in all the other cases, they can't get any priesthood. They can't like get any other benefits. It's just that source that says that they gain the name. Like I don't understand how they weren't getting that.
Yeah, like everything I'm seeing here says explicitly what one cannot inherit tribal lineage through adoption. Here's an example. Let's say that Yonatan is a Cohen of the priestly line, and he marries Rivka, and they have a son named Yosef. Yosef is a Cohen. He inherited by birth from his father. And when he grows up, he can serve in the temple. Now, let's say that Yosef's father, Yonatan, dies. Can Yosef still serve in the temple when he grows up? Absolutely. He's still a Cohen, still of the priestly line. Now, let's say his mother, Rivka, marries Shlomo from the tribe of Yehuda. Shlomo can one day serve as a king. And let's say that Shlomo loves Yosef and decides to adopt him. Is Yosef still a Cohen? Yes. Can Yosef serve in the temple? Yes. Can he serve as a king? No. Even though his adopted father is from the tribe of Yehuda, Judah, Yosef is still a Cohen. Adoption doesn't change a fact of birth. So if Joseph is not Jesus' father, then his genealogy is pointless. It's a red herring. It doesn't make a difference, and it doesn't matter. This is from
what? Yeah, I was going to say,
Jewish-
what source is that?
This is from James Piles. This seems to be a Jewish website, actually. Morningmeditations.com. It's a Jewish website.
That's kind of not.
Let's take
I don't
James
know.
Who is James Piles?
Yeah, that would be the question. Are they an academic or a like a rabbinic source or
Yeah, well,
whatever?
Well, it seems that he's just repeating everything else I'm seeing here on the internet that one does not inherit tribal affiliation. But again, I guess we'll just have to wait until Rabbi Khana comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, SJ, since you didn't answer questions, guess what? Boop. Muted. All right. Let's bring up the next guest. Hopefully the next guest will be better. Trey the Goat. Hello, Trey the Goat. I'm going to ask you some preliminary I'm going to ask you some preliminary questions, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Question number 1. Are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, I am.
Question number 2. Are you a Bible believer?
Yes, I am.
Question number 2. How much of the Bible have you read?
I have read all of the New Testament and some of the Old Testament.
All right. And final question, what pronouns do you prefer to go by?
He, him.
All right. Trey, or Tay, he, him. I'm Dalton the Bible guy, atheist who knows the Bible better than most Christians. I think the Bible's bullshit. Changing my mind.
Yeah, of course. I don't believe that. It's nonsense.
Okay, why should I think it's
Yeah.
not bullshit?
Oh, I could start? Oh, because the historicity of the Bible is very, very high. It's very high than most ancient literature, very high than most ancient figures. In the Bible, we could back up the Bible by claims of those who were very hostile to it, claims of people who existed within the first century. And we could also use archaeological evidence such as tombs, inscriptions, and other things like that, manuscripts.
Mm-hmm. So Daniel
Can
chapter
I just-
5. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to ask who wrote the Gospels.
But I got one
I
that's
thought
even
that
better. Tell me, Tay, who was Belshazzar's father? The king of Babylon. King of Babylon. Who was Belshazzar's father?
I don't know how to pronounce his name, but it's right there.
Nebuchadnezzar?
Yeah, Nebuchadnezzar, yeah.
Well, here's the problem. Not only was Belshazzar not the son of Nebuchadnezzar, historically speaking, he wasn't even descended from Nebuchadnezzar. The lineage is that Nebuchadnezzar's son, Amel-Marduk, became king of Babylon. And then Amel-Marduk's son didn't succeed him. Instead, Nebuchadnezzar's son-in-law, Neriglissar, succeeded Amel-Marduk. And then Neriglissar's son, Labashi-Marduk, succeeded him. And then he was overthrown in a coup by the last king of Babylon, Nabonidus. And Nabonidus' son, the vice regent, was Belshazzar. And we know this because of the Babylonian Chronicles, the list of kings A and B, and the Nabonidus cylinder, all of which come from ancient Babylon. It disagrees with what the book of Daniel says here.
Dalton, you really need an ad blocker.
Okay. So yeah, I believe. All right. So you're saying it's wrong because that person is not Belshazzar's father. That's why.
Yeah. Nebuchadnezzar was not only not Belshazzar's father, he wasn't even related to Belshazzar.
Oh. Okay. So I mean, it's probable that he was called his father due to lineage because
But he's not
in the
related to
Bible
him.
it states that.
But he's not related to him. He's not descended
Yeah.
from Nebuchadnezzar.
He's not like literally descended.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, I'm not sure. I believe his authority from whatever. I believe he inherits that kingdom, which he does because he is a ruler.
He
But
didn't
I'm not
inherit.
sure.
He didn't inherit the kingdom. His father Nabonidus overthrew the last king and took his and by force took his throne. So it wasn't inherited, and he's not the son of Nebuchadnezzar by any stretch of the word. Even in the Hebrew Bible, you can say that a descendant of yours is your son. For example, Hezekiah, he wasn't literally David's son, but you can call him a son of David because he's descended from David physically. But Belshazzar was not only not physically related to King Nebuchadnezzar, he didn't even inherit the throne.
Okay. Well, here's this, right? Because in the Bible, his biological father, which I understand it's not this guy. I think his father was Nabonidus,
Nabonidus.
Nabonidus, right? Yeah, Nabonidus, right? So yeah, okay. He Nabonidus was the usurper to the throne, right? But in order to legitimize his reign over, I guess it was Judah or something, I'm sure he might have had a marriage with a daughter of this guy who you claim is not uh the
Who was Nabonidus'
but I'm
wife?
trying to,
Who was Belshazzar's mother?
no, who I'm not sure. I'm just saying.
Let's see.
This
Belshazzar's
feels
mother.
awfully like throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah. Let's see. We don't have any info. It seems like we don't have any information on his mother.
No, I searched it up.
What? Oh, no. What does it say? What does it say about his mom? And where's your source?
Okay. His mom. Okay, they're claiming that his mother might have been Nito Chris.
Wait, is this an
Nito.
apologist? What is this an apologist website?
No. This is a overview. This is a Google overview
Do you know? Okay.
because
Okay. Stop. Google overview is not a source. You know that what you know where Google overview gets the information, right? Right?
I mean, yeah, from Google.
Yeah, it just pulls information from all kinds of websites, including Christian apologetic websites. So can you give us any good
Okay,
like
what's the problem?
well, we don't give a shit what Christian apologists say. Apologists aren't in the business of finding out what is true. They're in the business of trying to concoct the best possible answer in order to make their dogmas work to the best of their ability. But if you want me to believe that Belshazzar was at any length related to Nebuchadnezzar, I'm going to need to see some actual critical scholarship, some actual historical data that supports this thing, not just Google AI overview.
Yeah, I mean, there is an historian, a Greek historian named Herodotus, that states that there was a woman in
Herodotus.
Babylon.
Yeah, Herodotus. There was a woman in Babylon who was his mother. Tons of women in Babylon, and 99% of them not related to Nebuchadnezzar.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm 100% sure that
No,
yes, I'm sure that 99% of the women in ancient Babylon were not related to Nebuchadnezzar.
You know what, Dalton? It's 100% related to him. Incest.
All the thousands of the women in ancient Babylon were related to Nebuchadnezzar.
It was like an ancient Alabama, let's just say.
Well, I'm sure that this woman might have had royal connections because I'm not trying to argue for a specific biology. I'm not trying to. But in order for you to have these certain thrones and these certain titles, you have to have some sort of connection, whether by a claim or by
because
pure blood alone.
Nabonidus overthrew the last king, Labashi Marduk. They had him assassinated and they overthrew him. That's how he became king of Babylon. No need to be related to Nebuchadnezzar whatsoever.
Okay, and in Daniel, right? In Daniel 5, it states that the queen was in the hall, right, to calm uh Belshazzar down, and it states that like all the wise were there, and in the court, right? In that court alone, the queen mother held the highest status, and she is
Great.
the one
Yeah.
who remembers the days of her father, which is Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah, but the book of Daniel is the very thing in question. So citing the book of Daniel, citing the book of Daniel, which we don't consider to be credible because it gets this historical fact wrong, isn't going to help your position whatsoever. I'm going to need to see an actual. I'm going to actually need a actual.
So you're mad that I'm answering you with the text that you're saying is contradictory.
You can't use the text to prove the text.
Well, the text isn't wrong because in the
Yes, it is wrong. Yes, it is wrong. Tay, stop. Stop.
It's not wrong. I'm sorry.
Belshazzar was not the son of Nebuchadnezzar. So when you have a text like Genesis 5 that gets a historical this history wrong, and then you go to that same text to make your point, that's not helping you whatsoever.
It is. You're
isn't.
calling this analogy.
What was the name? What was the name of Belshazzar's mother, and who was she a descendant of? Give us the extra biblical independent sources.
I did that.
No,
independent
independent extra biblical sources. Not the Bible. The Bible. Not the Bible. The Bible is the claim.
I went there's this historian who wrote a book called Histories, and he writes about this queen.
I know who Herodotus is. What does he tell us about her?
He describes her character, and he describes that from like around the time that Belshazzar existed, that when the Persians were attacking and whatnot, he describes her as the mother of the king, and the king is Belshazzar, right?
Okay.
That's the person
who is she? Who is she? Does it say who she's descended from? Because I'm not doubting that Belshazzar. Because I'm not doubting that Belshazzar had a mom. Everyone has a mom, and of course the crown regent of Babylon being Belshazzar. Of course, he has a queen mother. But the question is, who was she? Who did she descend from? And what is the evidence of this? And by the way, scholars don't take everything that Herodotus says at face value, because he was like the first ever historian, and he doesn't always say things accurately.
This is his mother, so his mother can't be a descendant of his father. This is his wife I'm talking about.
No, this was not Nebuchadnezzar's wife.
This queen, it was.
Let's see. Who was the wife of Nebuchadnezzar II? Oh, Amitis of Media was a queen of Babylon, wife of Nebuchadnezzar II, and daughter of Median king Cyaxares. So not Necritus, the mother of Belshazzar. Crazy how that works. So no,
but the only way
Belshazzar's mother was not the wife of Nebuchadnezzar II.
So based off of 10, you're saying there's no connection based off of chapter 5 verse 10, because it's explaining that there is a queen.
Based on
She's
all of
recalling.
And that queen is not the wife of Nebuchadnezzar II. Based on all of the historical and archaeological data, Daniel 5 is historically incorrect.
Okay, I mean, if the
This
author
isn't the
Daniel
only
was
one
making
either,
something up,
by the way.
I understand.
There's tons of historical inaccuracies within the text. Like, this isn't
Okay, we
just the
can
only
argue
one.
that, but don't. All right, you're generalizing it. I'm trying to explain that even so, Daniel is talking about a queen mother who matches this description mentioned by this historian, and he accurately describes her with having more wisdom and memories of the actual king.
Tay, how many queen
This
mothers
is
were
what it's
there?
showing.
Tay, how many queen mothers were there in the ancient world?
You forget that ancient history has concubines, and these people are so.
Tay,
I'm
how
showing
many queen mothers would there exist in the ancient world?
Okay, you can keep on saying my name. I just told you that. There's
How many
multiple
queen
queens, there's multiple
All right,
consorts.
so and who was the wife of Nebuchadnezzar II according to historians?
According to historians, it's not official,
It's Amytis.
but it couldn't be anyone.
It's Amytis. Amytis is the wife of Nebuchadnezzar II, who was the husband of the mother of King Belshazzar. Who was her husband? What was his name?
Wait, say that again? I'm sorry.
Who was the husband of the mother of King Belshazzar?
Nebuchadnezzar. That's who it was.
Nabonidus. It was Nabonidus.
It was not that Daniel was
It,
saying it was Nebuchadnezzar.
the book of Daniel's wrong. The actual Babylonian records say that it was Nabonidus. Who should I believe? Who should I believe? This book of Daniel, written by a person that I don't even think existed. Daniel probably didn't exist. Written during the 2nd century BCE in the land of Judea, or actual records from ancient Babylon from the time period of Nebuchadnezzar. Who should I believe?
I would say Daniel because it's consistent. It's
No, it's
actually
not consistent.
and it
It's not
actually
consistent.
records.
It's not consistent. Again,
You're mentioning Babylonian evidences when I could show you that there is a chronicle and there is a manuscript. Sorry, not a manuscript. There's a
show me
clay tablet.
show me a Babylonian work that says that Belshazzar was the son of Nebuchadnezzar.
Hey Dalton,
Sure.
is Daniel contemporary to this time period even?
No, the book of
It
Daniel was
is.
written it was written 400 years after the time of King Nebuchadnezzar.
Interesting.
No, it's
I definitely
contemporary
didn't
to his
ask a
son.
question I knew the answer to.
Yeah, the
Okay, well, I'm showing you this.
the scholarly consensus from biblical scholars across many different fields is that the book of Daniel was written in the 2nd century BCE, not the 6th century BCE.
Okay, well, there's a clay
So
tablet called ABC7, and it's
hey
called the
Tay
Chronicle. I'm
Tay.
showing
So
you evidence.
The Babylonian
okay.
Chronicles,
You can
which
search it
state
up.
that
You can
Nabonidus
feel
was the father of Belshazzar.
Yeah, you don't get to have both. That's the problem, is
Okay.
that we have a contemporary source by the very people that this is being written about, or we have a book that was written 400 years later that is inconsistent regarding these aspects. To which are we supposed to trust? The contemporary sources written by the very people that this was speaking about who seem to be consistent regarding this, or a book written 400 years later, inconsistent? Which
Okay.
one?
Okay. I Daniel is contemporary, and it shows that there are royal people who
It's not
live.
okay,
And
it's
it's
not
showing the genealogy.
it's not contemporary. Okay, Tay. If the book of Daniel was contemporary and was written during the Babylonian period, 400 years before the Greeks ever ruled the whole world, would we expect to find Greek loan words in the book of Daniel?
Maybe it'd be translation. I'm sure it might be.
No, in
Do
the
you know what a
original.
Greek loanword is?
Yeah,
Hold on, because I'm pretty sure that was a BS answer. If you
It
can
was.
say you don't know, Tay, and that's fine.
No, I think the book of Daniel actually mentions that
Tay, what's a Greek
Nebuchadnezzar
loanword?
was the
Tay,
builder of Babylon.
Tay,
And
what
this
is a
wasn't
Greek?
even proven
Tay,
until early.
Tay, I'm speaking. What is a Greek loanword?
It is a word that is meant to fill the gaps that isn't there originally, which I
No,
don't think you could prove any of the
no,
manuscripts of Daniel had
no,
words.
Why did you answer?
no.
Why did you answer a question if you didn't know what something was? Like you knew. You can say I don't
Because
know.
Daniel is contemporary, and it shows that
You can keep
You
saying.
answered
Okay,
a question
wait.
with a lie. Hold on. You answered a question with a lie because you want the conclusion to be true. Literally,
Yeah.
that's what you just told us.
Just admit you don't, because you don't know what a Greek loanword is, because the description you gave is not accurate. A Greek loanword does not fill in gaps. A Greek loanword is original to the text. However, it is, for example, in the case of the book of Daniel, we have examples of Aramaic words, which are just Greek words written in Aramaic. That's not meant to fill in a gap. That's how the book of Daniel was written.
that doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, I know it doesn't make any sense to you because you're
That
not
doesn't make
following.
sense. Every single language.
Yeah, you know what?
No,
You're
every
right.
single
You know,
language.
you're right. If the book of Daniel was written
Yeah,
during
yeah,
the sixth,
yeah, yeah. You know,
was written during the 6th century, and during the Babylonian period, then yes, this wouldn't make any sense. But it does make sense for a text that was written in the 2nd century BCE during the Greek period. Then of course you would expect to find Greek loanwords in the book of Daniel. And for everyone who wants to know, for example, when we look
there
at the
is
book of
no
and we
Greek.
shut up. When we look at the book of
You
Daniel,
shut up.
book chapter 3, verse 7. I'm the one with the mute button, but anyways, chapter 3, verse 7. it tells us about, it gives us a list of instruments. And in this list of instruments, it mentions the harp. And the Aramaic word for harp there is right here. It's the Aramaic word kiteros. And kitaros is just a Greek loan word. The original Greek word is kitaros. Kitaros is the word for harp in Greek. It's not the native Aramaic
It doesn't
word.
mean anything.
It's not the native Aramaic word for harp, but we would expect to see this. Also, the next word over here, the piss.
You're just going on a yacht.
I'm just going to keep talking. If you don't stop interrupting me while I'm giving my history lesson, I will also drop you. I don't suffer fools. This word right here, pisanterin, is also a Greek loan word, as well as the, let's see, where's the word? Let's see, where's the word? There's another one in here. I'll have to find it later. But there's, anyways, we have Greek loan words in this. Why are there Greek loan words in the book of Daniel, Tay? Tell us.
Okay, so you're mentioning that there's only three Greek words, but there's 15 Persian words related to government. And even if it was a forgery, how is it that Ezekiel, that is a contemporary to the 6th century, it mentions Daniel?
Different Daniel. You know that
No,
Daniel
it's
was
honestly not. Honestly,
when he lists off Daniel, who does he also list in that list?
Ezekiel talks about Daniel. He also talks about Isaiah.
Actually, you know what?
Okay,
Fine. I'll just go and look it up myself because you're not going to be able to answer.
sure.
Let's see. Daniel mentioned in the book of Ezekiel. All right. All right. Here we go. Ezekiel 14:14 mentions two other figures with Daniel. Who are those two other figures?
He mentions Noah and Job.
What do Noah and Job have in common?
They're both prophets,
Well, no, Noah was not a
right?
prophet. Try again.
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't. Try again.
There's nothing to try for. And
All
it's
right.
not just mentioning
I'll just answer for you. So what Noah and Job have in common, everyone, and what Daniel here has in common is that Noah and Job aren't Israelites. They're also from the far ancient and mythic past of the Israelites, which is why the majority of scholars agree that the Daniel here of Ezekiel 14:14 isn't a reference to the Daniel of the Babylonian exile, but rather that these are three ancient mythic figures from Israelite history, being Noah from the book of Genesis, Job from the book of Job, and Daniel, the ancient king, the ancient Canaanite king who was known for his wisdom.
Go to chapter 28, verse 3, and it will show you that the Daniel he's talking about is the same wise and secretive Daniel to Nebuchadnezzar in Daniel chapter 2.
The wise? You mean like how I just said that the king,
No, sorry.
ancient King Daniel was known for his wisdom? Crazy.
No, Daniel the prophet was revealing secrets and mysteries. You can consider that being wise, right? And now if you go to Daniel,
King Daniel of ancient Canaan. You are indeed wiser than Daniel. No secret is hidden from you. Yeah, because the ancient Canaanite King Daniel, or Daniel, or Daniel, as the footnote indicates, was an ancient Canaanite king. Would you like some evidence for this?
Why would Ezekiel be talking about a pagan?
Well, because
that is righteous.
Because
you're lying.
Because pagans can be righteous, you dunce.
They can't.
Yes, they can. There's another priest.
What's the Shema?
Okay.
What's the Shema Hebrew?
Stop.
Scared, aren't you?
I'm not. Not even close. Who was Melchizedek?
He's the high priest.
Of who?
Of Israel itself, of the land of Israel. He was anointed.
Well, crazy considering the fact that Melchizedek existed before the land of Israel. So try again. Who was Melchizedek the priest of?
Okay, but Israel isn't just
Who was
ethnic thing, but he's still
here? I'll just answer for you because
still worshiping.
Melchizedek.
You're running.
Melchizedek. I'm trying to answer the question that I posed that you couldn't answer. Melchizedek was the priest of El Elyon, according to Genesis 14. Who is El Elyon?
I'm sorry, say that again.
According to Genesis 14, Melchizedek was a priest of El Elyon. Who was El Elyon? Who was El?
El Elyon. I think that's another name for God, right? That's one of his titles. He goes by El Shaddai. He goes by all those things.
It's the name
El
of a god.
Shaddai.
So,
It's the name of a god.
no,
El is the Northwest Semitic word meaning God or deity, or referring as a proper name
Yeah,
to
the
any
same
one
way
of the
Allah.
multiple major ancient Near Eastern deities. A rarer form, Ilah, represents the predicate form of the Old Akkadian and Amorite language. The word is derived from the Proto-Semitic Il, originally a Canaanite deity known as El, Al, or Il. This was the name of the chief god of the Canaanite pantheon. Melchizedek is the priest of this god, which is what I mean. He's a
well, in
random.
Genesis
He's
14,
not descended from Abraham, so he's not a Hebrew.
Okay.
He's just the king of the city of Salem, and he's a priest of the god of El Elyon. This isn't a Hebrew or
El
an Israelite.
Elyon is identified by Abraham in Genesis 14:22. He's
because
still identified as Yahweh.
Abraham worshipped this god. Well, yes and no. If you knew anything about the documentary hypothesis, you would know the problem with that. But I doubt that you do. But yeah,
Okay, you're just skipping
Melchizedek was a non-Israelite, non-Hebrew king who worshipped the god El, and he's a righteous individual.
That's
so
wrong.
So the king, no, it's not wrong. So the king Daniel can also be seen as wise and as a wise individual.
Now that you're finished with
That's
that,
fine.
Tay, what was the point? I just want to bring us. Hold on, Tay. Why did you say that it also has Persian words in it? How does that prove your point in the fucking slightest?
It has Persian words because he's contemporary to that time where that was the
Nope,
modern,
Persian.
that was the modern
The
language.
Persian loanwords fit any time between the 6th century and the 2nd century BCE.
Okay, so you just confirmed that he's a contemporary.
No,
Bless
You
your
are
heart.
okay. Are you listening? Are you okay? Be fucking for real, Tay. Are you actually listening to
just
anything? Shut up. I will drop you. I will do it so fucking fast. Are you even listening to what we're saying? If you made the stupid claim that Ashlyn just confirmed what you said, then you're not listening. She said anywhere between the 6th to
he's
2nd.
not.
You're being scared.
That's contemporary. Yeah, anywhere between 6th century through the 2nd century BC. That's contemporary.
Not
Do you think
6 because 6 is the height
Okay,
of that language.
I'm done with you.
I knew. It took me a second because I was making sure and doubling back to make sure I was correct. But I was like, that was a weird claim. I don't think they know what they're talking about.
He doesn't
and I
know
think
what he's-
that's closer to the accurate. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah.
No, I literally have, like, by the way, the most prestigious commentary on the book of Daniel is John J. Collins' commentary of the book of Daniel from the Harmonia Bible commentary series. And even he says in the commentary that the reference to Daniel in the book of Ezekiel is most likely a reference to King Daniel of Canaan. I can show everyone. Let's see. Let me pull out my Logos Bible software here. And I'll pull up the commentary right now. Because here on this channel, we care about academia, we care about scholarship. We don't care about upholding ancient dogmas as if they're true with no evidence. So, I'm going to go to my library. Let's see. I gotta make sure I can actually pull it up on screen first and foremost. Logos. There we go. Oopsie. All right, can you see it? Actually, wait. There. Can you see it? Ash?
Oh, sorry. You were asking me. I was reading the check. It's like I can only see half of it. In YouTube, none of it.
Okay, here. I will, as soon as I find the part I'm looking for, then we'll do.
Oh, never mind. I can see it on YouTube. I've got a delay on the YouTube. The YouTube stream is behind the TikTok stream.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, we can see all the writing now.
According to the consensus of modern critical scholarship, the stories about Daniel and
Hold
his
on.
friends.
Pull it down a little bit.
Oh, okay. Here. This good?
Good. Stop. Yep.
All right. According to the consensus of modern critical scholarship, the stories about Daniel and his friends are legendary in character, and the hero himself most probably never existed. The earliest clear allusion to this Daniel is found in 1 Maccabees 1:6, dating to around 100 BCE. The name Daniel does occur in some earlier texts. Ezra 8:2 mentions a priest named Daniel, son of Ithamar, who went up from Babylon to Jerusalem with Ezra, but this was at least a century after the exile, so obviously not the Daniel of the book of Daniel. More controversy has surrounded mention of the name Daniel in the book of Ezekiel. Ezekiel 14:14 says that when a land sins, even if these three, Noah, Daniel, and Job, were in it, they would deliver but their own lives from their righteousness. Ezekiel 18:23 taunts the king of Tyre, "Are you wiser than Daniel?" It seems clear from these references that Daniel was already the name of a legendary figure, famed for righteousness and wisdom in the time of Ezekiel. The view that Daniel was the name of a traditional legendary figure received support from the discovery of the Akkad story in the Ugaritic literature. There we find a king named Daniel, who is initially childless. He supplicates the gods and is given a son, Akkad. The son, however, runs foul of the goddess, Anat, and is struck down. Daniel retrieves his son from burial, and his daughter, Pugat, sets out to avenge her brother. Daniel is eventually a righteous man who supplicates the gods, and as king, gives judgment before widows and orphans. He is not portrayed as exceptionally wise, and even his righteousness is incidental to the story. If this is indeed the same hero that Ezekiel refers to, the prophet must have known other traditions about him. Nevertheless, it seems gratuitous to suppose that there were two unrelated legendary figures by the name Daniel. The relevance of this figure to the hero of the book of Daniel is limited. Only the name is taken over. He is given an entirely new identity as a Jew in the Babylon exile. There is no reason to suppose that the author of traditions of the tales were at all aware of the Ugaritic legend. Most probably, the name was taken from Ezekiel Daniel gets it from Ezekiel, and Ezekiel gets it from the legends of King Daniel. But this is John J. Collins' commentary on the book of Daniel. It is considered the most prestigious commentary on the book of Daniel you could possibly get your hands on. But something tells me the last guest doesn't give a shit about scholarship.
I just like to watch you cook on Daniel. I don't understand Daniel one bit. I mean, I understand like what you were saying, but like, because I know how much you really enjoy studying Daniel.
It's one of my favorite books of the Old Testament, right after Isaiah. All right, we're going to bring up Rob DG. Rob, welcome back to the live. Rob, what brings you back up?
Hey, I had a question, but I just want to say first, I thought it was funny. The last guy, like he mentioned that Daniel is definitely contemporary written by Daniel because Ezekiel mentions Daniel, but that's kind of like saying that the book of Enoch must be written by Enoch because Genesis mentions Enoch.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, yeah, like pseudepigraphal works make use of legendary figures in order to like fill out their stories, but no one, Christian or other, with very few exceptions within the Christian side, believe that Enoch was actually written by Enoch, and this majority of scholars are in agreement that Daniel probably never existed, and the book of Daniel is mythical and a later text.
Yeah. So my main question, I wanted to ask about a Bible contradiction, but it's kind of like an advanced Bible contradiction and requires your knowledge of Greek and Hebrew.
Okay.
Yeah, so Hebrews 8:9. I don't know if you've heard of this, but it quotes Jeremiah 31:32, I think.
Right. I was a
And
husband to them
basically,
versus what does it
I
say
did
that
not care for them.
I did not care for them.
So when
yeah.
it's quoting in the New Testament, it's saying, "I did not care for them," says Yahweh, versus in Jeremiah, it's saying, "I was a husband to them," says Yahweh.
I'm gonna pull it up
So
for
my
everyone.
question is, yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna
So
pull it up.
I know the reason for it is, yeah.
Hebrews chapter 8, verse God finds fault with them when he says, and he quotes Jeremiah, "The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will establish a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not like the covenant that I made with their ancestors on the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, for they did not continue in my covenant, and so I did not concern for them, says the Lord." And your question was what?
So basically, the New Testament, I think, well, the reason for it is because I think basically Hebrews is quoting the LXX reading in Greek versus the Masoretic text, basically where it says husband versus I don't care for them. There's like a textual variant. And my question is, who's right? Like,
Oh,
is it like the Masoretic text, like a copying error somewhere, or is it like a translation error in the Septuagint?
Oh, this is a good question. Let me take a look first. We're going to first look at the Hebrew, and then we'll go and take a look at the Septuagint. And then we can find out if there are any textual variants among the Dead Sea Scrolls, for example.
So the reason I bring it up is because basically, I think I first heard Rabbi Tovia Singer talking about this. I've also heard James White talking about it as well. And James White, well, he uses it basically to like disprove King James onlyism. Like people who are King James only have like absolutely no answer to this at all, and it's like not answerable. But basically, James White says that the Septuagint is right, and that the Masoretic text, that there was a copying error somewhere. But Tovia Singer says that like the LXX is fake, and that like the author of Hebrews is actually like deliberately misquoting the Old Testament, and then like later on, like Christians just wrote into the LXX the reading that went with Hebrews, versus like for the Septuagint side.
First and foremost,
but there's also
First and foremost, for the Hebrew, as everyone can see on the screen, the highlighted phrase here is Baalti, which means I was a master to them, or we sometimes translate Baal as husband, but it's I was a master to them. Now, in regards to the Septuagint, Tovia Singer is pretty much on the dot here, because we do not have, first and foremost, when the Septuagint, the original Septuagint, was first made, it was only the 5 books of Moses: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Over time, Jewish people would add on to this and create more Greek translations of other passages, but there was never a formalized like whole section of scripture called like the Septuagint. The version of the Septuagint we have today is been curated and passed down by Christians only, by church fathers. So that is already post Jesus, the Septuagint we have today. But if I take a look at the Septuagint rendering here, and we take a look at the Greek, let's see what does it.
So I just wanted to say also with the Ortho Bros and like all the trads on X will say is that like the Septuagint is right, and not only did the Masoretic text, like it's not like a copying error. They say that basically like the Jews like deliberately corrupted their text, like to, I don't know, because they hate Jesus or something.
Oh yeah, the Jewish people who are so meticulous that if they misspell one letter, they'll throw the whole script away and then start over. These are the same people who went out of the way to to purposely fuck with the text. Is a wild ass anti-Semitic conspiracy theory first and foremost.
But I'm also not sure about the idea that, because I would probably say that the Masoretic text is correct, but like if Hebrews is misquoting it, the question is whether or not, it's just a translation error and, that it's just a mistake, like, or is it actually deliberate? I would probably go with that it's just a translation error.
Yeah, let me see. The question is, does the Dead Sea Scrolls even have Jeremiah 31:31 in it? Let's see. Because that would be our best bet for looking at the original Hebrew, if we want to know like an ancient source for the Hebrew text. Let's see. Is there a place where I can go and look at the manuscript online? Dead Sea Scroll, Jeremiah 31. Let's see. Well, this is an English translation of the Dead Sea Scroll, although it only seems to go to verse 26, sadly. So it doesn't look like the Dead Sea Scroll preserves verse 31 specifically. It's so fragmented. Let's see. Literally, I neglected or disregarded them. Kago, Hemelese Auton. Yeah, it does seem like the LXX that we have a copy of says I disregarded them, but at the same time, again, remember that the LXX that we have today is not the LXX that existed prior to the time of Jesus. We don't have that text anymore.
Right. So there could have been an earlier Greek translation that like had that same translation error in it.
It's possible. There's no way to know. All we have right now is we have the Masoretic text in Hebrew. Nothing for the Dead Sea Scrolls because it's so fragmented, and we have a later Christian recension of the LXX that preserves the reading of though I neglected them. And the question is that because that's what the LXX said prior to Christianity, or is this Christians reaffirming Christian dogma? And that's the real problem here. It's hard to tell. It doesn't. I can do more research in my free time to see if I can come to an answer for you. But for right now, as far as it looks like it's kind of inconclusive.
Yeah, because they claim that it's a copying error in the Masoretic text, and that the Septuagint has it right. Their argument is that apparently it's only like one letter difference, and it would be easier. And the letter kind of looks the same, so it would be easier to, like, for that to slip by, basically. But I mean, that could also result in a translation error as well. So
I have heard that as well. So what I'm going to do is I think I know what the Hebrew letter is. I'm going to see if by replacing one letter, what it produces. If I get the Hebrew word Baalti in the text. Let's see, where are you at? Baalti, highlight you, copy.
Someone in the chat also mentioned that there's a similar thing in the Septuagint with like the word, the Greek word for virgin, Parthenos.
Well, that's a different problem altogether. Parthenos, when the Septuagint was originally written, had a large semantic range that it could either refer to a young woman or a virgin. That's simple.
But that's a similar thing. Like some of the crazy trad people claim that like the Jews like changed the Masoretic text to take out virgin or something. This is only like crazy like anti-Semitic people who believe this. Like because
100%.
every single English Bible translation uses the Masoretic text. Very, very few actually use the Septuagint.
100%. I mean, this is ultimately derived from an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that you only see very traditional Christians engaging in, because that's what you have to you have to believe that this group of people are so demonically possessed that they are purposefully thwarting what they know to be true in order to. That's the only way you can actually uphold this crazy belief that the Jewish people are purposefully. Yes, if you replace the letter bait with the letter gimel, it gets you the Hebrew word ga'alti, which means to loathe or to abhor. So it could either be that the text originally said ga'alti, or it could either say originally ba'alti, and then the Septuagint writers either mistake it for ga'alti, or later Masorites mistake ga'alti for ba'alti. So it's inconclusive, but there could be somewhere in the transmission a mistake where one person mistaked a bait for a gimel in Hebrew.
Yeah, I see why the Christian apologists would go with the latter, even if they're not like the anti. I'm making a distinction between the anti-Semitic conspiracy claim and just that the Septuagint got it right claim, because I see why they would go with the other versus the Masoretic. They're easy to sacrifice the Masoretic text because this is basically how you save the the inerrancy of the New Testament, because even if it's not deliberate, that would still mean the New Testament contains a translation error.
Oh yeah,
but listen, for the people who believe the Septuagint is right, then the Masoretic text, you'd have to believe that like the Old Testament's not preserved in its original language, so it's still a problem for inerrancy either way.
Yeah, I mean it's probably the least problem. It's probably the least of the problems that the Book of Hebrew has. I mean, I'll share this with you guys next time I go live, but there's another section in the Book of Hebrews where the author quotes from the Psalm saying that it's about Jesus. And if you continue to read that Psalm, the individual that's about is said to be a sinner. So like, is Jesus a sinner now?
Yeah.
But hey, as far as guests, I mean, this is a good, you're probably going to be the last guest we have on tonight. So this was a good way of wrapping up the show, I think.
The thing is, do you think Tovia Singer might go a little bit too far in saying that like it's a deliberate misquotation?
I always try to stray away from saying deliberate misquotation. I'm more inclined to always believe that someone made a mistake somewhere down the line. Like for example, I think my personal opinion, like for example, when I read like Matthew's misquotation of Isaiah 7:14, that the author of the Gospel of Matthew simply doesn't know that in prior generations in Greek language, Parthenos had a wider semantic range. In his time, Parthenos just simply meant virgin. So when he comes across that saying a virgin shall conceive in the Septuagint, he thinks that this is confirmation of his belief, and he just misquotes the Hebrew Bible without realizing what the author originally meant to say. So I'm always more charitable towards the authors of the New Testament and say that they didn't intentionally mean to deceive. They just were, like most Christians, really bad at citing the Hebrew Bible.
Because if he wanted to deliberately misquote something, there's like probably even worse things that he could do if he like really wanted to. Because I mean, because if you read the passage, if you replace the original version, it doesn't change the meaning like that much. It just means like, for I was a husband to them. I mean, well, also in the Old Testament, there's numerous parts where Yahweh says, like, or is described as being a husband to the Israelites.
Yeah, and
but it's still saying like they cannot continue in my covenant.
I could be wrong, but doesn't he say later on in the same verse, in the same chapter of Jeremiah? Let me take a look. Let's see. Yeah, thus saith Yahweh, which giveth the sun for light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and the stars for light by night, which divideth the sea when with the waves thereof roar. Yahweh of hosts is his name. If those ordinances depart from me, saith Yahweh, then the seed of Israel shall cease from being a nation before me forever. So he's like basically saying, I will never abandon you. And yet, if we were to take Ga'alti as being the original rendering, he's at one time saying, I abandon them, and then I will never abandon you. Which is it's strange reading. So I'm more inclined to believe that me personally, I'm more inclined to think that Baalti is the original and Ga'alti was the misreading that got rendered in the Septuagint. Oh, I like that. Inverted psychology in the comment section says, never ascribe malice to something that can be better explained by incompetence. Yeah, the authors of the New Testament were just incompetent.
Because even if it goes the other way and the Masoretic text, there's a copying error. Well, it doesn't mean that the Jews are like, deliberately corrupting the text, because it's a pretty easy mistake to make. Like if you're trying to like preserve this through like hundreds of copies, like and it looks really similar, then you could easily make that mistake when copying.
Oh yeah, easily, no doubt. Hey, but Rob, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'll make sure to. I'm sure I'll utilize it somewhere down the line. I'm sure. But next, this upcoming Saturday when I go live again, I'll make sure to bring up the other passage from Hebrews, which is far more problematic for Christian theology. But thanks for coming out, bud.
Well, the great thing about that one though is that it's like you have the Jewish apologists on one side and the neo-Nazis on the other side, and then the King James onlyists just in the corner eating glue.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Because I saw James White bring this up to Steven Anderson, and Steven Anderson just had like no way to explain it at all.
Hey, just since you're about to end, give Punk time to. I think Black Atheist Rants is live. Black Atheist Rants.
Oh yeah, YouTube Punk, go ahead and send out we're gonna go raid Black Atheist Rants, so make sure to go ahead and get the I'm gonna give them time to do that. Rob, I don't like James White. I think he's a bit of a dick and a prick, but I would love to watch him absolutely annihilate Steven Anderson, because as much as I don't like Steven,
it's really funny.
As much as I don't like White, I would 100%, I would go to bed with him long before I would even look in the direction of Steven Anderson. But you have a good day, bud.
Yeah. All right.
Godless, what's up, bud?
Hi, Godless.
Hi. Yeah. So I streamed earlier, so I'm just here for just a little bit.
You just came at the very tail. Oh, we're about to end the live anyways. You came at the very tail end of all things.
I know. I started my live earlier, and I was like, "Hey, is anybody else live?" And nope, nobody was. And then, like at 30 minutes in, it's like, "Oh, everybody is live." Oh, fuck.
While my mods is looking for the link to share with everyone, Godless, do you want to fill in the audience with anything you got going on right now you'd like them to know about?
Let me make sure. Punk, did you hear that, by the way? Hold on. I'll just DM them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the main thing that I got going on this year that I'm standing for is Rocket City Reason. I've got a conference that I'm putting on. I've got bangers, absolute bangers for panelists as well as hosts, MCs, and keynote speakers. I've got Seth Andrews coming. Like, I didn't even have to ask Seth. Like,
that's sweet.
Like, I just had to be like, "Hey, Seth, if we put on a conference, would you?" And then immediately he was like, "Yes, I'll do it." And same thing for Forrest and Erica. Both of them are like, "Don't even say anything else. I'm doing it." And so we're putting on a conference here in Huntsville, Alabama, and we've got the venue, we've got drag queens, we've got an Alabama barbecue, we've got the Space and Rocket Center. Like the conference is at a hotel right next to the Space and Rocket Center. How much cooler can it be?
That is so cool. One of these days, like maybe a few years down the line, once things like really like we get a lot bigger here on the channel and stuff like that, I definitely want to do a conference, but with like TikTok people like you and Justin and all our other like born again atheists. I would love for all us to like actually meet up in person and do a conference. That would be so much fun.
That would be really cool. So we actually have like a decent mixture of on the ground organizations as well as TikTok people, TikTok creators, influencers, and all that, and then the YouTube and other all the other stuff. So like Seth comes from a very traditional background. We've got Thinker. We've got do y'all know Jesus on Follower?
Jesus on follow. I don't think so.
You should look him up. He's great. He goes by Kevin, but he's great. We've got him. We've got Black Atheist Rants, who y'all are planning on rating. He's going to be on a panel. Like we've got a healthy mixture of the entire deconstruction community, like just all over the place. And so like the entire purpose of this is to sort of converge the online space with the meat space. And our goal is to bring both of those spaces together, because both of those spaces make the deconstruction community like what it is. And so yeah,
Absolutely. That sounds like so much fun.
So, just an update. Black Atheist Rants only seems to be doing, at least they're not live on, and I just found them on YouTube. I was subscribed to them on TikTok. They're live on TikTok. So, I think that we should send the TikTok crowd to Black Atheist Rants. Everything that I've seen about them, they're an amazing creator. And then maybe if YouTube doesn't want to switch over, send it. I know that sounds complicated, but maybe send them to Joel, because they're live on YouTube.
Hey guys,
Joel is, yeah.
You heard the woman.
Although Joel's coming up on his last 30 minutes. They try to do 5-hour live streams. At least that's what he told me. So like, I mean, if you want to go and check out Joel, Black Atheist Rants is always a solid person to go to. So yeah, I totally endorse both of those.
I'm gonna subscribe, or tell people to go subscribe though to Black Atheist Rants, because they have their YouTube up. It just doesn't seem like they're running dual streams, and maybe they don't know how. I don't know if they do, but if someone could go, I don't know, just help them create that if they don't, or if they want to, I don't know.
Real quick, before I read the last super chats, I wanted to share with everyone what I bought for my birthday this year. I bought something nice for myself on my birthday, guys. Look at this. I got an Xbox. Isn't that cool? It's the
Series X.
Series X, and it's 2 terabytes.
What? You got to look, Dalton. You got to text me your gamer tag. I don't have you as a gamer tag. I gotta text you. Got to text me that.
That was instead of the GPU, right?
Yeah, I said the
That was
GPU.
instead of the
Do you have Xbox?
Yeah, I do have Xbox.
You need to message me that
Damn,
shit.
yeah.
Why am I cut out of this?
I don't play that much.
What?
She plays on the Series S too.
Don't tell them.
It's okay.
I cloud stream because
No, that's
I can't.
fine. It's not like you're playing Candy Crush. Well, there's nothing wrong with playing Candy Crush. but
No,
I'm
I'm
just saying.
playing. I'm
I have
playing
to-
Hogwarts Legacy right now, and Baldur's
fine.
Gate.
I have to. Now I'm going to try to sell my Series S because I don't need it anymore. I just honestly I couldn't keep. This is no offense to anyone else, but I could not keep playing on the Series S because the graphics. I mean, like the sharp. It was just bothering the hell out of me, especially because I have a PS5, and like if I had to choose between the two, like it just sucked. But now that I got the Series X, I'm going to get back to playing Starfield, and I'm going to get back to playing. I'm going to replay all of the original Fable games in anticipation of the new Fable game coming out this autumn. I'm so excited about that.
Did you see that announcement today?
I watched it. It looks so good. I have
right?
I'm going to buy
It-
every house
it's
in the
awesome.
entire game. I'm going to become a tycoon. That's my goal.
For,
But I'm going to read.
for anybody that's listening, like I'm Godless Engineer, like on everything. So like no space, Godless Engineer on Xbox, like that's what I am. And but definitely Dalton and Ashland, y'all need to message me like in whatever medium that I communicate with y'all on, your usernames or whatever. Because
as soon as I get
like,
this
y'all
put
are instant
together,
allies.
as soon as I get this thing put hooked up after the stream's over, I'm gonna send you. I'll send you my gamer tag 100%. You can kick chickens in Fable if I remember correctly, and you can kick them in the new one too, Chicken Chaser. But I'm gonna read some super chats real quick, and then we'll end the live for the day.
Okay.
At Furby Shine with the 10 pounds. Going to try to sleep. I can't stand listening to this Philbro obnoxiousness anymore. We'll finish watching later. Thank you for how you dealt with Marlon. I hope he gets some help.
Me too. And yeah, I was made aware of that, and we try to treat certain people very delicately when it calls for it.
Yeah, I really appreciate the chat letting us know, because it's not, and there is somewhat of a difference, but there isn't much that you can just tell during a conversation on whether someone might be suffering from a mental illness or they're just highly religious. Because believe it or not, there are distinctions between those two.
Yeah.
So is this is this Marlon from the Philippines?
Yes.
I've talked to him like multiple times, and it's so difficult every single time.
Dude, okay. I have a bit of today's live that I'm gonna end up posting later tonight. It's so funny. It's from a guy named Tom. We were talking about Messianic prophecies, and literally at the end of the live, after I gave him this really good point, he went, "Fuck," and he had to leave.
And that was definitely a key moment of probably the week. He literally was he was so nice too. Like, he very respectful, and just at the end of it, he's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna have to go."
No, so tonight, I was doing a live, and I was trying to end everything out. Like, I was trying to close it out, and this guy, Doomslayer, I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy. I don't know if he's requested up.
I know of the Doomslayer from the Doom series, but I'm guessing this guy isn't quite up to par with him.
No, definitely not. So he ends up shooting him own self. Sorry, pew-pewing him own self in the face because he wants to talk about how God is a rapist, right? And
okay.
He brings
Figuratively.
up
I
Noah.
thought you meant literally. Okay.
Yeah, figuratively.
I got what you meant, Godless.
Yeah. So he brings up Noah, right, as somebody who suffered God's wrath but didn't unalive. Okay? And my point was Mary did not have the option to refuse God. That was my point. And so he brings up Noah and how Noah was treated by God. And I'm like, dude, you shot yourself in the own face because Noah was punished. He was put into the belly of a fish or whatever in the fuck for 3 days, and then he was spit out, and then he went and did what what God wanted in general, right? Like, he did that. And that shows that Mary, if she would have refused God's commandment to be impregnated with Jesus, that proves that she would have suffered some kind of torment and then made to be carried, Jesus anyways.
Hey, bud. I'm not gonna lie. You sound like you've had a few.
Have you had a few
No,
tonight?
No, I definitely have.
Okay.
But
I'm just letting you know that it's in your speech. And not
Yeah.
anything. Have your drinks, have fun. I'm just letting you know that you don't get off and if you're not getting off, it's definitely visible to the ear or audible to the ear, not visible.
No, I totally understand that, and yeah, this is the end of my night, and so like I'm totally
yeah.
there, but
You're good.
Still, the fact that God like commanded this, and he thought that it was like yeah, I'm working on it. The fact that he was proposing this and everything totally shot his whole argument in the face. So, but
Yeah.
anyways, I gotta go. Yeah, it's totally the end of my night, and I probably should have requested up in the first place. But yeah. Anyways, y'all have a
Hey.
good night.
You
I'll
have a
see
good
y'all
night,
later.
enjoy
bye.
your night. Sounds like you're having a good time. I wish I could join. Always lovely.
All right, we're gonna read our last few super chats, and then we're gonna end the live for the night, everyone.
At HLT with the $10. Please go through the lineages of Joseph, which show his son cannot sit on the throne of David.
A little bit late on that one, but yeah, if you read the Gospel of Matthew, Joseph's lineage is David through Solomon. That's correct, but it goes all the way through Jeconiah. And according to the book of Jeremiah, Jeconiah no one who's a descendant of Jeconiah can serve as king of Israel. Now, if we use Luke's genealogy in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 3, it says that Joseph was a descendant of David, not through Jeconiah, so not cursed, but through David's son Nathan, not Solomon. And you can only be king of Israel if you're a descendant of David through Solomon and not Nathan. So both genealogies are just absolutely fucked either way. And oh, my stomach just rumbled. Gee whiz.
At Aaron Leitz with the $10. Don't you know that my bald ass assertion still stands no matter what?
Every assertion I make is a bald assertion. But anyways, the guest, yeah.
My ass is bald, so every assertion I make is also a bald ass assertion.
Hell yeah. But anyways, yeah, I guess Tay thought that if he just kept asserting that Daniel was contemporary despite all the evidence we were bringing in. Are we rating Joel? We are rating Joel, and we're also rating Black Atheist Rants.
If you're on TikTok, you're going to Black Atheist Rants. If you're on YouTube or you want to switch over, either one, we're kind of rating both, but there's no YouTube for Black Atheist Rants unless you want to go subscribe and watch videos. That could be a raid too.
Yeah.
And finally, we have here at Cherry Sweeland with the 20 Bible Guy gift memberships. W. Carissa Wheeland.
I said Charissa the first time. It's Carissa. Gee whiz. But anyways, I've been the Bible Guy. Everyone, remember, and we'll see you all again on Saturday at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Jesus fuck, have I been drinking? Okay, no.
It's that water.
Anyways,
it's that Jesus water.
Oh, damn it! I picked up the ass water. Anyways, oh
my God, ass water. Where is that guy? Where's ass water?
Swimming in the ass lake. But anyways, remember everyone, I've been the Bible Guy. Remember to keep reading, keep learning, and we'll see you all again Saturday at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Bye.
Born from dust and questioning fire, wielding truth like a sword of desire. Ancient scrolls and cosmic flame, he tears through myth, he breaks the chain. Echoes of prophets, the scars align, knowledge and thunder intertwine. Reason ascends where blind faith fell. He reads the word and he reads it well. The Bible Guy, seeker of the light. Through time and fire he rides the night, with reason's blade and wisdom's cry. The world shall hear the Bible Guy. Scrolls of ages, words of flame.